Mic check. All right, jumping into things here. We have some news obviously hitting the tape on the back of Trump issuing tariffs on, what do we know? HG1, copper futures. So copper right now has had a continuous move and grind to the upside. FTX looks like it's trying to break out still. SCCO gapping up today as well. There's quite a few stocks moving. Jets, ETF, airlines are actually pumping to the high side. Beautiful continuation move on Jets. Delta, DAL reporting earnings and a massive move up. Massive move up. Quite astonishing to see. I know someone was asking yesterday morning about airlines. I said the chart was looking bullish, and there you go. It was sitting above all of its key volume shelves. But yeah, Delta obviously reporting earnings and a monster move to the upside. At minimum, where it's likely going to go, you have these two little resistance levels. You know, these are two little gap ups, previous little gap zones. So probably somewhere in that region that wants to go. You also have strength in United Airlines gapping up. Not as strong as Delta, but earnings is coming up into some resistance here. But this name probably wants to try to retest this little gap fill. So we'll see if the broad market in terms of airlines can keep pushing. Let's look at Boeing. Boeing had a stunning move yesterday. That's pushing higher here. Let's look at Love, LUV. Everything across the board is strong today. Love Airlines, you can see, has this fairly bullish pattern. Inverse head and shoulders. Where's your neckline? Right over here. Breakout yesterday. As long as it holds above the area, it's confirming it today. So another day where indices right now are slightly negative on the session. At least the S&P is down by about 50 cents, closing at 624.01 on SPY, gapping down slightly. We did have initial jobless claims that came out. Basically, the consensus was 236,000. The actual was 227,000. You look at the Dixie is slightly positive today. You look at interest rates are slightly positive today. Kind of a nothing burger across the board. I'm still holding my natural gas long via Boyle from yesterday. We are in the money. I was thinking about taking profits, but I think nat gas can push a little bit higher into this 321 previous breakdown candle zone. So Boyle right now, we are green on that trade with the gap up. We have completed the mini inverse head and shoulders upside target. So right now my average is sitting around this 40.42. We should open up about 1.5% currently speaking. So if you're wanting to take profits, because it is a full position for me, I'm honestly considering taking profits in the pre-market. I'm still holding. I think nat gas is still okay, but we are into a little bit of resistance here on the nat gas. So I'm watching it. Natural gas does have inventory space, so it's always a risk holding into inventories. You just never know how the market's going to go. So I think that the prudent thing to do would be to take profits. At least lock in some gains on, say, half of the shares of your Boyle trade. And then if you're feeling a little bit lucky today, again, it's pretty oversold, then you can leave some runners on the table. So I'll probably look to reduce my position by half, lock in half of the gains, but I want to see it hold these areas. The hourly chart's still looking okay. 5 and 15 minute are seeing a little bit of selling here. Alright, WTI crude negative on the session. Crude oil down by 0.5%. Is this one big bear flag? We're still holding above that key $66 level. I would consider getting into a short on some crude names if we were to break 66, that trend line. Okay? So that is the area that I'm looking at on crude. On the hourly chart, guys, you have triggered a bit of this head and shoulders on crude oil. So just recognize left shoulder, head, right shoulder, lower high, lower high. You're now breaching some lower lows. So crude is going through a bit of a distribution phase, which likely means that there should be some lower price. And notice this head and shoulders breakdown takes you right back to this breakout trend line, as well as the lower boundary channel zone here. So definitely a little bit of pressure for crude oil. Let's run through some of your other commodities. Gold right now up 0.5%. It is trying to bounce off of support and press here on the daily chart. If we look at the 4-hour chart, very, very strong. Hourly chart, you've had a decent move up, grinding higher. Now you've had some sideways chop. You're into a previous little resistance level. If gold gets through this, you can see this little trend line. I would naturally think gold's going to fall back lower, test this pre-market low, consolidate and chop in this pre-market low, pre-market high range before it wants to give us a bigger move to the upside. Alright, but it does look like gold wants to break out yet again. Let's look at its counterparty, silver. Silver obviously has triggered a bit of a bullish breakout, as you can see on the chart here, our hourly chart, inverse head and shoulders. I was very tempted to buy silver on the long side. I'm still am, because this is a very, very constructive consolidation pattern. It looks like we want to head to about 38.27 for silver. All right, let me scroll through. What else is happening in the mix? We will do the usual. We'll run through some of the usual charts setting up. We will also run through some of your pre-market movers, and if there's anything that you guys are observing, feel free to put in the chat. We are here as a collective in the live trading room trying to find opportunities and make money. Obviously, it's worth noting that Tesla is gapping up right now. So Tesla looked like it had a head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart, breaking key levels, and then look at that, it just boom bounces, and it's looking like it's one of the strongest mega caps on the session. So Tesla, nice gap up over 2%, outperforming things. Tesla's in a bit of this weird phase where it's moving inversely to the market. Okay. The very interesting thing is you look at this 15-minute volume zone. Tesla bounced off of your value area low. Holding that value area low, very, very good near-term sign. If Tesla clears these pivots, then you look like you're heading for this gap fill around 318. So there's obviously still a lot of buying strength coming into the support level, which is pretty good to see. So this head and shoulders appears to be negating. And Tesla could be a big mover today. Really big. You can see the resistance level it's now trading into is this downsloping hourly chart trend line. So if you get through this massive upsloping, then we should see Tesla rip here to the upside. So probably what's going to happen with Tesla today, off the open, you're probably going to get a small pullback, profit taking back into maybe the 300 handle, and then likely a continuation higher. Tesla could rip for this gap today, guys. The way it's showing strength in the pre-market compared to everything else, Tesla gap fill should be on watch. If we want to take some end of the week kind of lotto plays, I'd consider that. See how expensive it is at the open. But a 2-day rally, I mean, it could easily pump up another 4 or 5%. So we'll keep Tesla on watch for long. Meta, after a strong day yesterday, just digesting some of its gains, needing to back and fill, digest. Google right now, Google seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. This dip here was intraday. We saw it live. We brought you the news regarding Microsoft and OpenAI announcing their own AI search engine browser, which again, I think it's a nothing burger. I think it's just a way to shake people out of their Google longs right before Google has a bigger move to the upside. Okay. Let me bring this forward. nvidia. nvidia is doing well again. Look at that. Going for another new all-time high. Trying to solidify its $4 trillion conviction again. The level that I have on nvidia looks like nvidia wants to hit this upsloping trend line. Pivot high to pivot high. That puts nvidia around 170, guys. 170. Whoa. Whoa. That's insane. Insane. But it's looking very strong. Alright, Microsoft. Microsoft just trading sideways. I think that Microsoft is due for a really healthy pullback back into, say, 484, 480 level. If not, retesting its previous all-time high. I don't know. Microsoft's got a large distribution. It's very overbought on the weekly. Negative divergences across the board on the daily, the 4-hour, the hourly, the 15-minute. So Microsoft could be a potential short. But the thing that we have to just be mindful of is it has triggered this inverse on the 15-minute, which gives you a target of roughly just below 512 on the chart. Alright, along with nvidia pumping here, you have AMD. AMD gapping up here very firmly on the session, retesting this previous little resistance zone, which you've got rejected once, so it's likely going to get through there, guys. AMD looks like it's going to sweep these highs and make some new highs, guys. So AMD is definitely a top watch. I think that pullbacks in this name can likely be bought for both the swing and a day trade. Looking very strong though, AMD. Very strong. What else we have? CAG. Conagra Brands down another 9%. Wow, I was actually looking at going long this name because it was so beaten down. And now we're gapping down even more. Interesting. Very interesting. This might be an actual day trade long. CAG, but we just need to be careful that it doesn't turn into another CNC. So obviously we tried catching a bit of a falling knife on CNC a few days ago, and it didn't really work out. So now it's turned into really a swing trade. But Conagra Brands getting dusted here. I mean, really, we're coming into that COVID washout low. There is a gap fill down here. So there should be some support. But these stocks have a tendency that are gapping down to go lower and lower and lower. Hmm. It's a nasty chart. Yeah, that's a really nasty chart. Let's do this measured move here. So if we do this measured move from this low to this, from that high to that low, yeah, it still indicates more downside on CAG. 1638. Interesting. What about if it's from this high to that low? From that high to that, wow. Very interesting. So we actually almost have a measured move, guys, playing out here on CAG. So right at 1812, there is a potential. You're very oversold. You're coming into a gap. You have this symmetrical move. From this high to this low equals this high to this low. So that is something nice to see. A little bit of a educational piece there. So we'll keep CAG on watch around 1812. Consider trading it. All right, let's look at PLTR. See what that's doing. Basically just chopping sideways. INTC, that was a nice little short yesterday. That's starting to move up. SMCI, seeing some volume in the pre-market. That's trying to break out of its flag pattern. Ford is continuing to shake and move here. Very, very strong price action in Ford. Henry wants to look at DAL. Yeah, we looked at DAL and gapping up on earnings. You've triggered this bull flag pattern. It's very strong. Obviously, we all know if you just simply measure this move off of this bull flag, the upside that we get is 64. So it's a tough one to short because it is very strong off of that earnings gap up. Very, very strong. Alright guys, Nat Gas is getting another little pop here. I am trimming half of my shares here, guys, on Boyle. So natural gas got a really good spike, guys. I trimmed half of my Boyle shares, locking in just over 2.5% there. That was a nice little impulsive spike. Okay. And then how I'll trade the rest of this is keeping a stop at break even. So I locked in about 2.6% there from yesterday. Sometimes just that extra day helps you. So 2.7%. And my break-even stop loss is going to be at 40.42. That's my average on Boyle. 40.42. That was a full position, so I wanted to just trim a little bit. Reduce some exposure, okay? Alright, let's keep scrolling through some charts here to see what else is happening. Another strong day for AI. That's gapping up here. So AI has been a relentless monster over the last 3 days into a little bit of resistance again. Definitely is. Let's keep scrolling through. So we touched based on copper stocks already. We also have TER, Teradyne, moving up here. ALB moving up. Lithium breakout. So you're seeing a little bit more commodities push up. Let's look at some of our high flyers this morning. BTCM. That's a monster move. Wow. Bitcoin miners. Let's look at GIBO. That's a penny stock. Nucana. Nothing to do there. HCTI, that's another penny stock. Nothing to do there. Air Industries. That's gapping up firmly. Not enough volume on that name. Let's look at MP Materials Corp. That's also gapping up very firmly, trading quite a bit of volume in the pre-market here. Over 4 million shares, so very, very strong on MP. I don't even know what this company, 4.91 billion. MP Materials partnered with the U.S. Department of Defense, investing $750 million to boost rare earth magnet production. Shares dumped 46.8%. Wow. Wow. So there could be a trade here, guys. Let's see where this name went in the pre-market. We might have a short opportunity. So it's holding near the highs, but I'd consider shorting this name. I would have to at least see it move above 51, this previous pivot. And then we'll see what type of a divergence. So that one potentially... Is there a short on some of these airlines? Yeah. I think it's a tough short unless you get a straight move into this gap, this upper gap. But even then, this bullish pattern takes us to about 64 bucks. So airlines are tough to fade. They're more inclined if you get a pullback to be bought. Let's see where we could potentially get a pullback. Where did we go in the pre-market? Let's look at that. So we hit a high of 57.90 in the pre-market. Pretty decent move, I would say. So realistically, we'll keep our fib level there. Flip back to the pre-market. So daily chart, I'm just trying to isolate a level here for us. You're gapping over this previous little gap here. So aggressive traders would look for an entry around 55.14 for a continuation on DAL. More conservative, you let it pierce that area and you try to take a stab right into this previous little gap that we gapped over. That's probably your better level. So you have this gap fill around 54.73. That also coincides with this previous impulse candle consolidation breakaway. So I'd consider maybe a long off of that level. A back test. That's aggressive. It's aggressive chasing these gap ups, but 54.64 to about 54.74 is your first area of opportunity. So it's around 53 bucks, a Pierce of 53. There is some support back at 55.08. That's your value area high from a pretty long time ago. 52. Just going through some volume trends here, guys. So 55 on Dell is a very aggressive level, DAL, to go long. I would be a little bit more inclined to wait for this previous level that we discussed. Okay. So we'll watch that, see how it opens and holds up at the open. Let's see what else we have shaking and moving here in the pre-market. So we touched base on AMD already. I'm just looking for more volume here. Again, we've touched base on pretty much everything. All the airlines are seeing volume increases. That MP, W Kellogg, that's KLG is the ticker. What the heck's this name doing? Monster gap up. 1.51 billion market cap. WK Kellogg has accepted 3.1 billion from Ferrero. Oh, okay, there's nothing there that we're gonna do then. Nothing there that we're gonna do. That's just a buyout. Ticker RARE, rare. Gapping down here sharply. Interesting. Yeah, this one's gonna go lower, guys. I don't even see a trade on that name. Maybe if it maybe if it flushed into this $29 level. CAG again. See what it's doing, 18A. So I like CAG around 1812. That's a potential. Alright, really not seeing anything too much. Let me look at some of these other semi-names. Octa's just flat. That's not doing really anything here. You're just getting some performance in some of your stronger semis, the usual suspects, Micron. Let's look at AVGO quickly. That's pushing new all-time highs again. AVGO doesn't get as much attention as nvidia and the likes, but it's also quality. It's one of the best. It is one of the best, arguably the second best. Let's look at plug power quickly, and then we'll quickly jump into the main indices. So plug power still holding steady here. Let's look at SoFi. SoFi still holding steady. Let's look at BBAI. BBAI testing 712 on the chart. Let's look at Wolf. Wolf speed around $1.90. So, you know, this one again, I know it's tempting to try to chase this on the breakout, but it's likely cooked. Wolf speed has a tendency to just keep going lower and lower and lower. Quickly take a peek at Bitcoin. So obviously we pulled profits on our Bitcoin yesterday. Bitcoin did make a new all-time high on this Binance chart. Not all crypto charts are created equal, but it did make a new high on the Binance BTC USDT chart. We took profits right into that double top on IBIT. We sold half, still riding runners, half the position. We're still up nicely on that trade. Again, we did take profits. For anyone that was late to the stream, I sold half of my natural gas long. Look at the bounce in nat gas. This was our day trade that we sold. So I pulled some profits on Boyle, the levered play. And it's still going up. And we do have nat gas inventories at 1030. So just be mindful of that, guys. 1030, we do have nat gas inventories, okay? So I locked in just around 2.7% gain on half of my Boyle shares. I still have quite a decent chunk remaining. All right, let's quickly run through SPY, and then we'll flip to the dual charts. So SPY is going to be interesting today. Data cut today came in okay, the job loss claims. We do have more data throughout the rest of the session. We have nat gas. We have a 4-week and 8-week bill auction around 11:30. Those aren't really that key. But at 1 o'clock, we have the 30-year bond auction. So that's going to be pretty important to watch at 1 o'clock. What do long-end yields do today? Let's certainly wait to see what happens there. All right, so SPY right now is rarely flat on the session. Based off of yesterday's continuous momentum, it does look like SPY wants to head for this gap fill. So I would not be surprised if SPY tries to sweep this high liquidity today, and then we get a sell-off. So I would be more inclined to short SPY at a pierce of this gap fill, maybe a little bit higher. But we're getting a little bit stretched here intraday. We could see a hard pullback, but I'm expecting a sweep of this high, fill the gap, and then there is quite a bit of resistance there that I think we could catch a bit of a scalp short. Okay? If we were to pull back decently, where I'd enter a long is basically, or consider entering along, is around 622, okay? 622 on the charts. Alright, so let's continue to watch how this market wants to open here. In terms of small caps, IWM is falling here, which is a little bit of an indication that potentially we want to go lower. Where I'd consider buying small caps today for a bounce. Just go to our 15-minute chart. Back testing your prior day high. That's really the only level that I'd consider buying small caps, okay? And small caps could push up. I have an upside target on 225 today on IWM. But we'll keep watch of SPY. That will be the main thing we're watching. I'm looking at entering a Tesla long. We'll keep our eye on the airline shorts. If it backtests enough of an area, we will go long airlines at some point. But let's flip you to the dual screen. All right, so we got Tesla on the left here. We got the S&P 500 on the right. I'll just narrow you into a shorter 5-minute time frame. You can see we are testing the opening range high of yesterday. So there is some resistance here on the S&P. Definitely some resistance. Alright guys, we are open. We are open. Nat gas still pumping here on my other screen. Good to see. S&P's in full-fledged rally mode. Tesla's shaking and moving here. Good for our calls. Another strong day for MRK. That's up. Sorry, seeing a little bit of distribution. A little bit of profit taking off of the open as we hitting a bit of this double top zone. VKTX, Viking Therapeutics, is starting to squeeze again today, guys. Take a look at VKTX. Starting to squeeze again. Very strong mover there. SPY seeing a little bit of resistance selling. Tesla's absolutely mooning here. Morning, JP. Alibaba finally seeing some strength today. Let's look at a few other names here. That's coming down. Starting to see. Look at Tesla clearing this pivot. Tesla wants that gap fill, guys. And then some. So Tesla's gap fill sits around 315, the upper gap. Upper gap sits around 315. We could see a monster push. Tesla holding firm while the S&P coming in. Nat gas still ripping here. We're still up nicely on our Boyle trade. Those runners are doing quite well here, guys. We're up over 3% on the runners. I'm just trying to see if there's any other opportunities. Let's look at those airlines again. Those airlines are now backtesting, guys. Backtesting support on airlines. This is your first aggressive zone that we identified in the pre-market. I'm going to wait for a pierce, but that was the level on airlines that we identified in the pre-market. I'm going to wait to pierce it, but we are tapping that airline for a continuation long here. Alright, so Delta. I'm going to see if we can get a pierce of this zone that I identified. Tapping 54 gets me interested. I'm just going to go in with some common shares. If you're looking at options, probably playing it safe is the 55. If you want to retest, if you want to be super aggressive, $58 call options on Delta. That's retesting your pre-market high. But look at that bounce off that level that we identified, guys. Right in the pre-market. I didn't even take a fill. But that is backtesting that little gap zone that we discussed. I'm still waiting. It's aggressive. It's super aggressive trying to trade it. Especially since SPY is weakening here. SPY is doing a bit of a bearish engulfing candle. You are negative now on the tape. So just be mindful of that. nvidia 0.4. Oscar OSCR down another couple percent. That actually looks like a bit of a long Oscar OSCR. Look at that washout today. I keep Oscar on watch, guys. I would consider going long if we swept this liquidity zone. If we swept this previous little pivot on Oscar, I'd consider taking a stab on the long side. So call it around a pierce of 1530. There is a potential trade there. AMD still acting very, very well. MBLY, that's getting hit to the downside today. Mobileye, right into a gap fill. IWM, down about 0.23%, still selling here into the open. SPY still slightly negative. Delta still holding steady here. Trying to catch a bit of a bid. Let's look at UAL. That's pushing right back up. Jets. That's very strong on the session. Tesla's still up 3%. Nat Gas still pushing. Bitcoin slightly negative. Let's look at Apple. Apple running through a bit of distribution. Strong move in Caterpillar today, CAT. No real setup that I'm absolutely loving just yet. Basically have to wait for a little bit more downside to get me interested in going long on the S&P 500. Let's look at our pre-market levels. You can see pre-market low on SPY is all the way down here at 622.73. So, but look at Tesla, guys, just absolutely ripping. Still pumping here. SPY back testing, holding steady. Tesla's just a monster right now, which I'm okay with. Our 340 calls. Let him run. Let him run. Ugh. How are nuclear names doing today? Uranium. That's slightly positive on the session. Dixie still holding steady. Crude oil, guys, is dumping here, down 2%. This market could absolutely fly. So now not only do you have airlines ripping on earnings, crude oil is absolutely knifing to the downside here. Look at that. Oh my, you are coming out to some support, but that head and shoulders that we discussed in the pre-market has now played out. And this momentum, yikes, that is a nasty dump on crude oil. I mean, we could have, if let's see what these energy stocks are doing here. What is XOM doing? Well, XOM is still holding steady. Guys, this is a short on XOM. Oh my goodness. This is a short on XOM, guys. Absolutely, guys. I'm gonna enter some 113 puts. End of week 113 puts on XOM. All right, guys. I'm in XOM 113 puts. Got filled at 50 cents. Let's play ball. All right. So we are shorting XOM here. 113 put. Let's play ball. The only thing is that nat gas is still strong, guys, so we'll keep that in mind. Look at Tesla just absolutely moonshotting here. Very strong move. XOM is potentially has a 15-minute head and shoulders pattern itself. You can see it really is trying to break down here. Testing that prior day low. So we'll keep XOM on watch. We'll also keep the S&P up here for you guys. Come on, give us a breakdown, XOM. Let's see if they want to trigger. XOM is losing that prior day low for the time being. SPY is also about to give us an opening range in a few minutes here. Crude oil trying to catch a little bit of buying strength off of this zone. Delta, what a monster bounce in Delta, guys. Anyone that took that level, boom, huge epic bounce off of that. Back to the highs. Other transport stocks are likely going to do well. Let's look at the Dow Jones transports. Yeah, ripping near the highs of the session. Let's look at some of these shippers like Zim. Zim's also gapping up, showing some strength today. Interesting. So SPY's still coming down. The long level on SPY, first aggressive zone is 622.78. 622.78 I would consider taking a stab at SPY. SPY's starting to get a little bit of a push. XOM's just battling this prior day low. Nice bounce on SPY. Bitcoin's still down 0.5%. Tesla's still mooning here to the upside. Google trying to make another move. Meta, that's coming in hard. Apple's doing quite well today. Tesla's still just a monster. Considering a long on Amazon, guys. It's at an interesting area. I'll leave that. FedEx should do well with oil dumping here. Come on, XOM. Alright guys, I'm going to take some FedEx call options. FedEx, ticker FDX. I like that oil's dipping here. Alright guys, I took FedEx 237.50 call. FedEx 237.50 call. July 25th. So we have a long, we have a short on the market. Let's see if FedEx wants to push up here. So short XOM, long FedEx. Alright, SPY has given us a little bit of an opening range here to trade against. SoFi short. No, it's a tough one. I mean, I'm already getting my face blown off here. I know, it's extended. It's very extended SoFi. But, I mean, just look at this move. This is what I was worried about for the divergence that was negated. You had a negative divergence that turned back into a positive divergence. So that's just a monster move to the upside. Honestly, if things get really crazy, SoFi can easily can go for 22 bucks today. It would have to help, the market would have to help it. For the time being, we are falling a little bit here. But it's ready, it's extended. I mean, you could get a pullback, but I'm not looking to add into my short. So big bounce on XOM. This is occurring without even energy bouncing. Tesla's still up 3.3%. Meta's still down half. Starbucks down 1. VKTX down 1. Bitcoin still down 0.42%. We're up slightly on these FedEx calls. They are trying to push a little bit higher here. So FedEx is trying to make a small little move here. You have this little wedge pattern on FedEx that it is trading inside of. XOM getting a really big move here, guys. XOM still getting a really big move despite crude not doing anything. Interesting divergence there. FedEx is making a nice move here, guys. So FedEx is trying to break out of this little downsloping wedge, or this wedge pattern, I should say. Let's look at SPY. SPY continuing to fall a little bit here. So we're still short XOM, we're long FedEx. And kind of the play around FedEx, guys, is transport. You have oil falling here, down 2% on the session. The trend in the market right now is transport stocks, aka airlines, are very firm. So I'm seeing transports, the Dow Jones transports were very strong. So which is why we're trading FedEx, guys. So we're basically doing an inverse trade of what energy is doing on FedEx. So one of FedEx's biggest input costs, along with any other transport stock, including airlines itself, is their gasoline. You cannot take any shortcuts with that. The shortcut for the business is when crude oil falls. So with crude oil down 2% today and could be going a little lower, we have two different exposure trades to crude oil play. We have a short on XOM, which right now it's actually being defended, which is kind of interesting. XOM has a lot of institutional players in it, which why there's these big manipulation moves. So XOM has a tendency to go a lot higher than most people think, a lot lower than most people think. I think you're just getting a really big fake out here. But FedEx, a nice move on FedEx here, guys. We're still shaking and moving. So if you look at crude oil has had a really nasty fall. Really nasty fall. FedEx is trying to break outside that wedge. SPY, no real trade yet for me on SPY. Again, I would have to see a retest of 622.10 since we're getting some consolidation. I was looking at an entry off of the open around 622.80. Considering we're getting this inside consolidation move, I would have to give it a little bit more of a downward move into this red zone here, this previous resistance trend line, which is now support. And that's also coincides with this upsloping trend line. So that would be really the only area. Look at FedEx breaking here, guys. FedEx is starting to move. Come on, FedEx. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Now we just need XOM to cooperate, guys. We just need XOM. And these FedEx calls have barely moved yet. They're going to, though. After the first half an hour, I bet these contracts will certainly change. The spread right now on FedEx is widening, which is telling me that it should continue to make a bigger move. When a spread goes from like small to wide, something is brewing. Something is brewing. Alright, XOM is starting to keep pushing here. I'm very surprised. Crude oil's not really making a move here. Maybe it's just rallying on the back of nat gas. SPY's continuing to come down here, guys. So we are seeing SPY breaking that 5-minute opening range. Disney strong today. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, bank stocks are doing well. McDonald's is up nicely on the session. Netflix right now is still weak on the session. RSP, XLG. Yeah, look at RSP. So you're getting a little bit more broad participation. Yep, XLG coming in. Great observation there, Anonymous. Great observation. Look at FedEx. FedEx is continuing to break out here, guys. Alright, XOM. I'm looking at taking another entry here on XOM. Just doubling up my position. Alright guys, I just doubled my position on XOM there at 28 cents. XOM still continuing to move here. S&P 500 still testing that opening range low. See if it wants to break it. XOM still trying to push. Tesla still up 2.9%. So Tesla's still making a move here. Nice pullback. This is your aggressive area to go long on Tesla. It could try to push in for that gap today. Still a move to 315 could potentially happen. Wow, XOM continuing to push here. Quite shocking in my opinion. So basically, if XOM gets a close above this prior day high, I'll have to stop out and take a loss. So I'm looking for this 15-minute candle is very strong. Very strong. So I'd have to consider a stop out if we get a 15-minute candle close above this prior day high. At least FedEx is still moving higher here. Those 237.50s are in the money. But my oh my. Crazy reversal there. XOM absolutely ripping to the high side there. Again, maybe it's that natural gas inventory report that's coming out. There's still a chance that it'll come down with crude being this week, but such manipulation on the larger time frame. FedEx still pumping here. The nice thing about FedEx calls that we still have a couple weeks out with the July 25th. So I mean, this name could easily retest these previous highs here. Let's look back at SPY again. SPY's still struggling here. Nvidia is now down 0.33%. AMD is still holding steady. SoundHound down 5. Delta still what a face ripper there. SoundHound is knifing here, guys. Ticker SOUN. That's really starting to fall quite sharply. Look at BBAI. That is down on the session as well. Let's see what else we got shaking and moving here. Let's look at Google. That's obviously under pressure. Amazon. That's backtesting its prior day low. Tessie's still holding steady. SPY really coming in. Again, I'm going to wait for SPY until we hit this area here, 622, around the 622 zone. 622.73 again is your pre-market low. So there should be some support around 622.73. Natural gas still up a couple percent. Apple's trying to go green here. FedEx is pushing for another new high of day. So at least we got some beautiful entry on FedEx. That thing is absolutely ripping here, guys. Ripping to the upside. Beautiful move. Where FedEx could potentially go today is a minimum to its prior day high. But it does look like FedEx is breaking out of this inverse head and shoulders. So we got the wedge pattern break. Now we have an inverse head and shoulders that we can draw on this chart. And that's basically taking us to a move of roughly 244. 244.70 is your upper target. Oops. So this is one of the reasons I took a little bit farther of an expiry date in the event that we get a nice push on FedEx over, let's say, the next week or so. And you can see that FedEx is actually strong as the market is weak. XOM still holding steady here. Pretty shocking considering crude is still down in the barrels here, down 1.65%, and likely going to take another leg lower. Let's look at some of these other energy names. Valero is still a monster. Wow. XLE is still pushing. Quite crazy. Yeah, so I'm not too sure why energy is getting bid up so much here. Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. Another new high there for FedEx, guys. So they're really trying to sweep this liquidity on XOM. Nvidia is trying to go back to the positive side. Delta is still phenomenally strong. So again, a couple guys want to asking about SoFi, whether or not I'm adding to those put options. I'm down significantly on the trade, those put options, so I'm not adding to them. It's just too strong of a chart. When I said a couple days ago that it flipped the negative divergence, it was putting in a negative divergence, then it flipped it to a positive divergence, and basically we got this epic surge. Now, again, is it stretched that rubber band to the extremes? Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, SoFi's gone absolutely ballistic here. So can it come in? For sure. Anything can come in when it's this extended on the daily and intraday time frames. But just from a risk standpoint, I'm not going to add to that position. Basically, I'm stuck with what I have. Likely going to lose in the position unless it has some sort of a major fall into the $18 level. But you can add here. It's probably okay, but if it got to a really extreme around 22 bucks, then I would definitely add to it. But it's still, again, this risk to reward after this move, adding here is not necessarily a bad idea. I'm just not personally adding. So I completely understand if you want to add. Alright, SPY still seeing some distribution. New high on FedEx, guys. FDX still trending and breaking out here. XOM is just ripping my face off here. And again, crude oil hasn't bounced. It's quite shocking. I'm not too sure what the hell is people know here. So far, a really bad trade on XOM. And that's just the nature of the beast sometimes, right? So perhaps they're just doing a really large liquidity sweep on an hourly chart time frame. That could be the potential. I'm still going to hold this XOM. I'm down quite sharply on the trade, but still going to hold it. BBAI down 6.92%. Guys, look at FedEx squeezing here. FedEx is just moonshotting. Beautiful move on FedEx. I like that a lot. We'll continue to watch that. That SPY's still weaker here. SPY's still coming down. You are approaching your first area of support on SPY. Maybe Megacap Tech is about to bottom here shortly. So we're up almost $1 on our FedEx calls. We're up almost $1 on our FTX calls. We still have till the July 25th expiry. Again, upside target on FedEx is looking like 244.60. XOM potentially trying to put in some top wicks here. Maybe it is, like I said, doing that hourly chart liquidity sweep before it goes lower. You want to look at DLN. Sorry, DLN. Wait, that's not the chart. What was the chart? DALN. DALN. Yeah, I think this is a buyout. It's not going anywhere. You don't touch that. That's doing nothing. Look at that opening range. That's a buyout or something. There's no trade there. No trade there. Let's look at the IWM really quickly. So, interestingly enough here's small caps ripping to the upside when you have the QQQ. So again, Anonymous did mention that that's that divergence RSP, XLG. You are hitting support here on the Qs, but is this going to be a head and shoulders pattern on the QQQ, guys? It's trying to break down and trigger here. Looking a little bit troublesome. Apple. There's nvidia. A little bit of sell side. Meta's down a full round trip. Google's still weak on the session. Amazon's full round trip. Tesla's still holding steady. This is actually, believe it or not, the long spot on Tesla, guys. Let's see if we can take a little bit of a lotto play on Tesla. I'm already riding upside calls, but we could go for this gap fill today, guys. This strength in Tesla. So July 11th, 315 calls. Let's see what those are. Oh yeah, guys, I'll take that lotto. July 11th, 315 calls. They're at $1 right now. $1.06. I'm gonna take a lotto play. I got filled at $1.07. That's a lotto. Size appropriately. Expect a loss, guys. We don't have a lot of time, but if this does the move, it's gonna hit today. Alright, let's play ball, Tessie. Let's play ball. Contracts are already starting to move up, guys. Alright, so we have a lotto into the gap, guys. Come on, let's see what we can get here. SPY's bouncing here. So you have SPY getting a significant bounce. FedEx continuing to remain firm. But we'll keep this Tesla chart open now since we're in this really lotto. So this would be roughly about from entry, another 3.4% rally, guys. I think we can get that. It's a gamble, but Based off of the pullback in SPY, Tesla holding the majority of its strength, I like our chances. I like our chances. So quite a bit more green starting to appear on my screen. It's just mega cap tech is selling off. SPY, really big bid in SPY, guys. FedEx seeing a little bit of a pullback. XOM still trying to make another push higher. So I don't know if you can hear me, Edward, but what's interesting about Tesla, and I understand your bearish perspective there, I appreciate that. The one thing I'm going to caution you with, I see the bearish trend. It's definitely in a bigger downtrend, but yesterday we were putting in this rather large topping formation, head and shoulders on the 15-minute. Look at this failure. This is a failed bearish move. I don't often do these crazy lotto plays. It's more on the indices like S&P 500 0DTEs that I'll do. So I don't play typically lottos in individual names. But what I'm playing here is a failed bearish pattern here. You can clearly see the head and shoulders on Tesla that look like it was going to trigger, and you negated it with a strong gap up today. So that's kind of the one technical, along with a whole lot of support in this range, one of the strongest mag names on the session today, and a failed bearish pattern. That's just simply a couple of the technical price patterns that we're playing. And the way Tesla moves, it has a tendency to do a lot of fake out shakeouts itself. So right now, SPY, and you can see the Qs are bouncing off of its prior day low. SPY right now also trying to move steady. Let's just flip these charts around here. We'll put SPY here since we have more work on that indice done there. We'll flip it to a 5-minute chart. And then we'll put Tesla here. Come on, Tessie. Wow, guys. XOM just absolutely dusted me. That is crazy. All right, nat gas inventories are coming out at 10:30. Again, we did take profits on Boyle. Remember, we still have a stop loss on the rest of the position, a break even. So 10:30 natural gas inventories are set to come out. Basically, I will look to exit these Boyle shares if we were to get a spike back into this 338 zone. I would look to exit the rest of those shares on Boyle. Okay. Just a heads up. FedEx still very strong here. FedEx is consolidating for its next leg up. I like that a lot. Again, upside target is still this 244. That should hit by the next couple weeks, or at least before our strike date. All right, SPY continuing to bounce firmly here. Bitcoin back above 111. Look at this AVTR, guys. That's doing well today. We are long AVTR. Good to see that that's cooperating. Another positive day for Enphase, ENPH, continuing to try to break out. TDOC, another beautiful daily chart breakout on TDOC, guys. One of our more bullish setups. that we've been accumulating those 950 calls. That's looking very, very good on the session. Today, Okta's really taking it on the chin. Okta falling lower. Not the greatest, but our on semiconductor. Look at that. That one's ripping to the upside. So our October 17th on calls, sorry, our October 17th ON $60 calls are almost already in the money, guys. Swing trade. So we bought right into this dip here. And it's been a beautiful bounce, 3-day bounce on ON. And we have so much time on those contracts, it's unbelievable. But we're up over 50% already on these ON contracts that were taken 3 days ago. So good to see. Good to see. Starbucks today acting well, bouncing off of technical support. Let's look at Lennar. That had a huge day yesterday, getting some continuation follow through today. Baidu's a little bit weaker on the session today. That's coming in. Baba's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Citigroup, that's bouncing slightly. Let's look at JPM. JPM also holding steady off of that wedge pattern. Pepsi today looking like it's trying to break out of this bull flag pattern. I'm still bullish Pepsi. I think that one should firm up. XYZ not doing too well today, backing and filling I think for its next leg higher. MRK still acting well, looking like it wants to press here. Nice move up on ICLR today. That's another one that is looking like it's ready for its next leg up. You've tapped this gap fill resistance a couple times. It is looking quite firm. Let's look at Apple again. Apple negated that bearish breakdown yesterday. So again, another move that had a bearish pattern trigger on the hourly, and then it reversed that. So this is a failed move, now turned bullish. You're going to take out this high on Apple. Again, the only position I have on Apple is Jan 16th, 225 calls, which we're up nicely on. That's a bit of a longer swing trade that we entered quite a while ago. Back down to the lower 195 range here. So that's moving up nicely. All right, come on, Tesla. Let's see if we can get some positive price action in this equity market. Let's see the SPY. Maybe a potential hanging man candle on the hourly chart. But SPY's having a really big bounce. You can see the parallel channel. High pivot, low pivot, high pivot, low pivot. So definitely seeing a bounce there on the S&P 500. It really looks like it's going to head for its 625 gap fill. Let's see if Tesla can continue to make a move here. FedEx having a pullback. SoFi still strong. AMD's ripping. That looks like it's going for a new high of day. Nvidia is still slightly negative. Palantir slightly negative. .3M is doing well today. McDonald's is doing well. Amgen. So you're getting a lot more broad participation. Home Depot is doing well today. J&J, American Express. Let's see what this MP is doing. Yeah, MP is just still backing and filling, consolidating. Let's look at ticker Wolf. That's trying to form a base. This one's interesting because you're backtesting this first aggressive level of support. If you want to try to take a stab on ticker WOLF as a long, using this defined low as your stop loss, I wouldn't have a problem. I'm not going to take it, but even this impulse green candle bar, if you use that as your stop loss on a 5-minute basis, there's a pretty defined and short and narrow risk. XOM right now, still a monster on the session, up 0.84%. Crude oil, I'm shocked about this move in energy. I mean, crude oil is down and out. Maybe it's one more little liquidity squeeze. I'm close to actually even executing some swing shorts on crude. This does look like a bear flag, at least taking us down to 62.12. Quite surprising in my opinion. SPY right now, let's see if this is a lower high. Tesla getting a little bit of a pullback. We'll flip to natural gas inventories in 10 minutes to watch that volatility. Obviously, we still have some share exposure on the long side. Merck is doing well. MRK at the highs of the session. Google's still struggling. Amazon's still struggling. Meta really struggling. So this is the next trade that I think is going to absolutely moonshot into this gap zone, AVTR. It's not a ticker a lot of people talk about. We obviously entered the $15 September 19th calls, but this is coiled. A lot of consolidation for a really big move. I mean, we look at this absolute push in the market today. Very strong move in AVTR. I think that it's shaping up for a really sizable move. Tesla falling a little bit more now. FedEx holding steady. XOM still strong. Still seeing buying pressure in Lennar, ticker LEN. Our Lennar, we're riding the 120 calls in Lennar. I have an upside target of 122. But we entered the 120 August 15th. And those should get in the money probably within the next 1 to 2 weeks. 120 should be tapped based off of this pattern that's forming here. Lennar is definitely going to sweep this high pivot today. I think there's a very strong chance Lennar sweeps this pivot today. And then it's really in this breakout mode. Tesla's starting to come in, so Tesla not really cooperating anymore. It's trying to break down here. Come on, Tessie, what are you doing? Bitcoin's trying to go positive on the session. BTC is almost positive. SMCI has gotten faded a little bit. Was trying to break out, but definitely pulled in from the highs on SMCI. I still like SMCI's daily, but I was looking for a tap a little bit lower. Missed the entry off of this bounce, but still just consolidating, backing, and filling. You do have some weakness today in Taiwan Semi. So it's a mixed bag of tricks in the semiconductor space. There's pockets of strength like Intel, AMD, but then you're seeing a little bit of weakness in Broadcom today. That's putting in a little bit of a bearish engulfing. Okta's down. Ambarella seeing a little bit of distribution. ARM today is also seeing a little bit of distribution, looking like a potential bear flag pattern. SMCI's intraday chart does not look healthy, guys. Lowercase h pattern on SMCI. If you're holding SMCI, just be careful. This could be in for a little bit of some negative price action, especially since SPY is starting to fall a little bit lower here. Let's look at Robinhood. Robinhood also coming down, potential lowercase h bear flag pattern. Come on, Tessie, hold steady. Look at the Qs, guys, going for another new low of day. QQQ, head and shoulders is in effect. I repeat, there is a head and shoulders trying to trigger here, which could take Qs down to 544. Don't think that would happen today, but over the next, say, 2 days, if this tries to break down here. I'm still holding bullish bias. You know, you are seeing a little bit more broad market strength, which is, it actually is a positive for the equity markets. But definitely some distribution happening. Mega cap tech seeing sell side, and capital is rotating yet again into other aspects of the market. SPY still holding steady. Look at that reversal on BTCM. My oh my. Crazy. This one's cooked. Probably get a big bounce, but go lower. SPY's trying to hold that opening range low. FedEx trying to make another move here. Still relentless pressure in XOM, guys. XOM is just absolutely ruthless today. The exact opposite. Got the FedEx call right, but the XOM call with crude oil. And I mean, look at crude oil. Crude oil is down sharply and XOM is still printing. It must be the natural gas aspect. Maybe nat gas is going to get a big pop. Maybe there's insiders that know stuff about it. And natural gas inventories are coming out here very shortly, guys. So let's put up that screen here. Again, we have Boyle, so you can see nat gas is firm on the session. Inventories will be out in a couple minutes. So the area I'm looking to exit my Boyle position is if natural gas spikes into this 336 to 338 zone. So this is the only reason I could suspect XOM and energy is strong. But again, most of XOM's business is from oil, so who the heck knows? I mean, there's definitely some manipulation going on. But we got 45 seconds till nat gas inventories. Let's see what our Boyle position. Again, keep a break-even stop on Boyle. My average is sitting at 40.42. We've already trimmed half of the position. All right. So let's see what happens here. A little bit of volatility. Getting an alert on PGR. Oh, an insurance play. Wow, that's under a lot of pressure today. PGR really coming in. Coming up into an area of support here, PGR, guys. Look at that spike. That might be why XOM is so strong, guys. Our Boyle trade is absolutely printing still. Look at that spike in nat gas, guys. Come on, Boyle. Keep pressing here. Keep pressing. I am now going to keep my stop loss right underneath this wide range green bar candle, guys. Boom. Beautiful spike in nat gas. So don't let that trade go against you. I've moved in the money stop on that gas, basically right below this wide range green bar, but come on, keep pressing, keep pressing. Nat gas still trying to hold steady. Nat gas still trying to hold a little bit of profit taking, hitting the tape as we speak. Thank you, Ram. Appreciate that, JP. So nat gas still spiking. I'll keep watch on my other window. Let's check in to see what the S&P is doing here. That's also trying to move higher here. Tesla's just floundering sideways. Nat gas is still digesting some of those gains. It's still actually holding a positive spike. Nike's very strong today. S&P is still shaking and moving here. Pushing right back to the high side. Big punch here higher in the markets, guys. Really big punch. FedEx just printed a new high of day for us, guys. We're still pushing on FedEx. Good to see. Nat gas still trying to push here, guys. Our Boyle position still moving higher here. Again, my profit target on natural gas is if we get a spike into... Look, we can see we hit that first level resistance, but I'm looking for a move into the upper purple range here around 337, maybe even a little bit higher than that. But there is some resistance here on nat gas, but we should be able to squeeze a little bit more out of this trade. A little bit more. nvidia is still down 0.4. AMD still up about 4.5. Very strong move. Delta still up 12. Palantir down 1.4, guys. Still seeing that big divergence between RSP, XLG, SPY Qs, IWM Qs. Very large divergence. I mean, IWM near the highs, QQQ near the lows. So now this sets up. If the Qs and mega cap tech firm up and the rest of the market keeps its gains, we are absolutely going to rip in this market. That's one of the scenarios that could happen. Half the market, well, actually more than half the market is right now ripping. So if the Qs firm up, you can imagine the type of buying that we're going to get into this session today. We could absolutely fly to the upside. Again, my measured move to the upside today on SPY, I didn't want to really give it out ahead of the market because it sounded a little bit preposterous in my mind. But based off of now settling in within the first hour, the max extension move that I have on SPY today is 628. It's a $4 move. 628 is my max measured move. Now to the downside, it's about Pierce of 620. So you can see it's about a 4-point move in either direction. But look at this monster move in Apple. Look at that move in Apple. Monster push. FedEx, come on, FedEx. Clear these pivots, and FedEx is now... FedEx today could tap 241. 241, guys. Tesla's doing nothing for us. Come on, Tesla. You were started off so strong. What are you doing here? What are you doing? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yep, this market is broadening. Very, very healthy. I agree, Anonymous. I absolutely agree. The market is definitely broadening. But you have a whole host of buying pressure in transport stocks. Names like FedEx, JetBlue, C.H. Robinson, Expeditors, CSX, Southwest Airlines, Union Pacific, Ryder System, UPS, Norfolk Southern, Delta Airlines, JB Hunt, Landstar, Kirby, Matson, Alaska Air. Those are just some of the names that you should at least have some long exposure in. With crude dropping this sharply to the downside today, those names, and crude should retest the lows, which is going to be additional fuel to the fire for this market to go higher. But there is a potential for a very large breakout rally today. You can see we almost have this look at this weird pattern on SPY, right? Here's your left shoulder. It's very, very weird because you had a gap up and there's no real, it's like a half shoulder. But I've seen these patterns play out where you could have an inverse head and shoulders here on the 5-minute chart of SPY. And we're testing the neckline right now. So if SPY breaks out, take a look at how big this is. And this correlates with that upside measured move target that I just gave you a couple minutes ago. That's 628 target on SPY if this inverse head and shoulders plays out. And we are starting to, guys. We are starting to break out here. Wow. Look at Mr. Netflix. Netflix and chill ain't so chill today. Netflix is definitely under a lot of pressure, down 3% on the session. Nasty little weekly reversal. Still inside of that impulse green candle weekly breakout. But Netflix is definitely coming under pressure, breaking that wedge pattern. And this is what JP Morgan's chart could be setting up to. Very similar to Netflix. Right on this upsloping trend line. A little bit of bear flag consolidation. Netflix is just, I would say, a little bit ahead of the tape. You can see Netflix had the same chart pattern sitting right on that upsloping trend line. A little bit of bearish consolidation, then a breakdown. So maybe JPM is also going to see that type of a move. So again, names, these huge moves in some of these transport names. AVS. Ticker car at the highs of the session. FedEx going for new highs. Monster moves. And SPY is trying to break out of this inverse, guys. SPY is trying to break. Look at this big push in SPY. Inverse head and shoulders pattern is in full effect, guys. What a push. What a push. Gap fills an aggressive short. I would let it pierce that zone. But, my oh my. My oh my. This is why we could still push higher here if the likes of Meta, nvidia, Google, if they all firm up here, guys, we could go much higher in this tape. Be careful shorting too early. Another really bullish chart out here, guys. Novo Nordisk. Look at that move. NVO. Testing this high wick. Next up is gap fill. Another one of my bullish calls. Long term. Look at QS as well. Huge push in QS. SoFi still holding steady. Regional banks are breaking to the high side. Come on, Tesla. Tesla, I think, still has a chance, guys. I think Tesla still has a chance here. But transports are, wow, ripping face here. Let's look at Marvell. Wow, Marvell still just floundering sideways here, guys. Marvell just still does not want to firm up. Let's look at some intraday price here. Interesting. Very interesting. I still like Marvell down here around Pierce of 70 bucks for swing trade. Keep that on watch. Nike, very strong bullish engulfing. Looks like Nike wants to continue to trend here. Let's look at Lulu. Let's look at Under Armour. Let's look at KSS. Yeah, Kohl's is squeezing, guys. Yikes. This could be a huge short squeeze candidate. KSS. Wow. KSS could be setting up for a short squeeze into this gap. I mean, this is looking filthy. Tesla's starting to get going. Alright guys, keep a tight stop on that Boyle trade in the money because nat gas is slowly starting to come in here. Again, any sort of a close below this 41.61 level for me, I will stop out of runners on Boyle. That's a very big top wick. XOM starting to come in. Down significantly on that. But definitely continue to watch that Boyle trade because it is about to take our stop loss, or at least tag it. Let's flip back to SPY. SPY's still ripping here, guys. That inverse head and shoulders is in full effect. Alright, inverse head and shoulders in full effect. A little bit of resistance up here. Let's look at FedEx still. FedEx is still pushing for new highs. Looking at UPS, same thing. UPS pushing. Delta right back to the highs. Quite crazy on these airline stocks. Let's look at NCLH. Yeah, what a monster move there on NCLH. Wow. Sold our calls so early. We were riding. Oh my goodness. Those $20 September calls, why did I sell those so early? That is brutal. That is brutal. Alright, Tessie's starting to wake up here, guys. We could get a nice little trend in Tessie here. I still think we have a chance to get to that, that 315 gap. Trust me, I would not be surprised. Let's flip back to SPY here. We're seeing a little bit of resistance off of that prior day high. But SPY should work itself through that area, guys. SPY's very bullish right now. Alright, guys. Boyle stopped me out. Boyle, B-O-I-L, stopped me out. Hit my stop loss there. So profits secured on that trade. I repeat. I'm all out of Boyle. Still holding UNG Commons. But that's definitely going to have to firm up in a little bit of time. You do have XOM starting to come down now. So maybe these calls can still get... Sorry, these put options can still work out. Now that nat gas is trying to top. Still have crude oil. I still stick to my thesis. Energy stocks should go down today. I do not know why they were so strong off of that natural gas move when crude oil was down, but XOM starting to see some signs of decay, but we'll see how much it wants to come down. We'll watch that on our other window here. Alright, SPY still firm here on the session. Come on, Tessie. Give us a new high of day spike. Give us a new high of day spike. Again, the lotto play of the day for Tesla is the 315 call options for tomorrow. I remember I got filled at $1.07. $1.07. But SPY's in full-fledged bull mode here. We should continue to see some higher price. How is CRCL doing today? That's okay. Coinbase looking good. MSTR intraday trying to move up here. Nvidia is still negative. But it just shows you, I mean, so what is that? So here's the crazy thing, guys. So when Nvidia falls 1% now, that is 400 billion. $400 billion. That doesn't leave the stock market. Often when mega caps tech sells, it doesn't just outright leave. It likes most scenarios, it finds rotation trends, right? So 400 billion if Nvidia falls 1%. That's a whole host of capital for so many companies. I mean, it's massive, massive. Maybe my math is wrong. Is my math wrong here? $400 million, 4 billion, 40 billion, 400 billion, 4 trillion minus 1%. No, my math is wrong. That's 40 billion. My apologies. 40 billion. 4 trillion. 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 zeros on the end of that. That's crazy. Sorry, that's 40 billion. My math is wrong. One extra zero. But 40 billion is still, yeah, 4 to the exponent of 10. 40 billion. But that's still a lot of money to rotate into other stocks. Alright, Bitcoin's trying to go positive. Nat gas still up a couple percent, 2.5%, trying to push higher here. Netflix still taking on the chin. Apple, really good move on Apple today. Really sizable move. VKTX is quietly creeping up. Again, I still think we can squeeze on that name. Meta's trying to bottom out here. So Meta's firming up. Teladoc's still pushing. Bank stock still pushing. Alibaba trying to firm up. Okta still weak. On semiconductor very strong. Come on, Tessie. Who wants to short Carvana? Anonymous? You shorting Carvana today? You're no longer trading? Like forever? Oh, okay. 500 shares RSP, shorted 3 shares of XLG. Okay, nice trade. Nice trade. That's good. Gonna be betting on rotation. Just be careful about rotation. It doesn't last forever. Let's just say that. I think there is a nice trend here for Q3 rotation, but people still love their mega cap tech. So, but stay tuned in and I will keep you abreast of what I see. I'm still long a lot of rotation trades here. But just remember, mega cap tech always gets bid up. Always. I'm considering shorting Carvana, guys. I'm considering taking some put options on Carvana. It's a good play, exactly. I guess we gotta wait for Carvana to sweep its high, I guess. It probably wants that new all-time high. It probably wants that new all-time high, Carvana, so wait for it to sweep it. So not ready for a swing yet, but close enough, getting close. So XOM is coming in a little bit. Market is still trending near the highs. Tesla's still just floundering sideways. Crude oil taking another trip to the basement. So again, guys, market is coming into its gap fill here on SPY. There should be some resistance there. It's an aggressive short zone if you want to short it. But just recognize that we still could push higher than that. If it gets a pullback off of gap fill here, then it's probably going to be a small pullback. And again, the upside measured move off of this 5-minute inverse could take us to 628 today. It could take us to 628 today. Just recognize that. A couple things would have to occur for that to happen. You would have to have nvidia, Google, Amazon, Meta, pretty much all turn green on the session and make red to green reversals. But just recognize there is an aggressive short zone and potentially you get a minor pullback. If you're wanting to go long this market, really your opening range high around 624.41 is your back test. I wouldn't even buy prior day high. I think you're going to knife through that. But 624.41 would be your aggressive zone. Okay? But look at this rally in the markets, right? It's had a very strong move off of the lows from yesterday. Very strong move. But you're coming into that gap fill. So I'm going to hold XOM, guys, see if we get any more downside. Obviously, we have FedEx calls still we're writing. I am going to take a break, end the stream here at 11. If there's any final questions, let me know. I will tune you into another trading group. You need to follow some more of our day trades there, Anonymous.
Just grab Generac GNRC 160 calls for September 19th. Have 155.34 as my next level to the upside on Generac. Over that, I have 170. Give you the exact 174.30 for GNRC Generac. And I'm still holding my 140 and 130 runners on this.
I've got uranium fuels, ticker UUUU, up 15% on an upgrade today. I've also got Stanley Black & Decker, ticker SWK, up 2.5% on an upgrade.
Oldie but goodie. MODG Top Golf had a Morningstar reversal on the 30-minute chart, and it's been nothing but buying since. It's up to 896, up almost 1.5%. MODG.
It says here that Fannie Mae's predicting mortgage rates to be at 6% by the end of the year.
Can you repeat that again, Devon? Sorry.
It's saying that Fannie Mae's predicting that mortgage rates will be at 6% by the end of the year.
Mm.
Joby over $12, up 4% on the day. Joby.
I mean, I will say credit spreads today are looking much better than yesterday.
I mean, that's not much. The 30 years at like 6.67% right now, so that's not that big of a difference, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you heard Dan talk yesterday, but he was saying how every time those yields get to a certain point, you see mortgage applications just spike. So he thinks there's gonna be a boom in housing in a few months, and the dude is a fucking bear. Always is a bear. So pretty interesting. Yeah, although I might try to touch 800.
Well, if he's a bear all the time, isn't that like all the more reason not to really believe what he's saying?
That housing's gonna boom? Like,
Yeah, you said he's a bear all the time. So I
yeah,
mean,
so he's
obviously,
bullish. He's more
Hey,
bullish.
not to cut you guys. SPY 625.
I mean, you could think that, but I'm just saying he's usually a bear, but he thinks the economy is stronger now. He's a macro guy.
All right, so my target on SPY is 625.10. Over that is 628.58 for SPY. Let's see what my 625s are done. These bitches should be. Let's go. These Jobies are printing.
Oh shit! I just noticed S-Bet's back to 19. That was fast. There was a shitload of put selling, but damn.
That's interesting. Holy yeah.
They're adding deep in the money calls too.
Yep. This looks like institutional buying right here.
IWM is about to hit 225.
Yeah. Voldy just exploded over the zero line, so looks strong.
Who the fuck was asking about Ethereum China?
I don't know.
I got a partial list from somebody. SBAT, BMNR, BTCS, BTBT. All China.
These Generac 160 calls that I just got in, they're up $35 or almost 5%. Generac 160s for September 19th. Yeah, the monthly chart on this looks really good on Generac. Yeah, these 160s should definitely pay. Got full target on Generac as 182. So on the monthly chart. I went ahead and grabbed some nvidia 160 puts for next week.
I like that. I might actually add those too.
Yeah, they're cheap. They got them at like 199. Getting a sell signal on a 10-minute chart here.
Yeah. I'm looking at Q's. It's starting to create an H pattern.
Yeah,
I still got my 162.5 Nvidias from yesterday.
yeah.
Looking at Meta starting to look like it's getting a bit of a rejection, similar with Microsoft and Amazon. Kohl's KSS look like it's about to clear $10 though. My calls I grabbed yesterday looking real nice. Apple look like it's trying to bounce. Tesla might get a good rejection here. I don't know. Tesla's been looking weak. Triangle pattern's getting tight. Tesla might get a big rejection right here. I might grab some Tesla puts.
Up almost 7% on those Nvidias, or $14 per con on those Nvidia puts. Let's go, baby. Top Golf MODG over $9. Up 13% on these Nvidia 160s, or 24 bucks now, $26 per con. Trim whenever you want to, guys. Don't wait for me.
So I got support for Nvidia at 160 mid. My actual spot is about 160.22, but About 160 and a half is where I'm looking. That was my initial target.
Yes, sir.
Congrats to those who took the play.
Trim
Now I'm just
some
waiting
of
for QQQ to follow suit.
yeah.
Shit fed.
Trim some of those at $27 a coin on those nvidias. We'll let the rest run. Let the rest do what it do.
Yeah, that's how you do that shit, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to see Nvidia get down to 160.
Yeah, that's it's right around what I have.
I see on ticker ETSY we are up 5% today. I like to the upside here. MACD and RSI curling up. So I think maybe we can go again towards 65. If we pass 58.
Um, Another reason why I haven't sold my SPY 625s is if you go to the 15-minute chart, I drew a trend line from Monday the 7th. You could draw that trend line all the way up to 625. SPY never really broke under that trend line. Every time it came down to that trend line, it bounced. So there's no reason for me to sell. That's another reason I've been holding these SPY 625s. Apple back over 213. I need this bitch to just go hit my target. 213.95. Just remember, there's an NFP level on Apple at 213.70.
Nice. Coles, KSS, over $10. Let's go.
Mm, 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 mm. This 2 hour candle is just one big monster green candle, bro. KSS.
I know, right?
This thing is just like a rocket fuel.
Yesterday Frank was calling this BLMN is now up for close to 5%. I grabbed $10 calls also yesterday for August 15. In general, restaurants most of them are up, like CMG, Kava, SG.
Mm.
IWM starting to look weak.
Well, Google. What is this? Is this a upside down H on Google's 15-minute chart, Big Kev?
And upside down H, I don't on Google. I don't see the upside down. It's not on the 15. Hold on, no, not on the 15. That's not what I'm seeing. I do see the bullish though. I see Google's bullish. It has news though. I just put it up top. I don't know if anybody looked at it.
Oh wow, 40 million. Oh wow, that's dope, bro. Turns your photos into short clips. Jeffrey, what's going on, Jeffrey?
Back to the gym. My wife's making me work out with her in the morning. It's not conducive. I'm fucking zero DTs. I'll tell you that. Fuck. What's
Lord.
going on, guys? I'm sorry. I just jumped in the room. Hope everyone's doing well.
Yes, sir. How's the weather there?
Oh, hot as shit. 70% humidity. I sweat the minute I go outside. and the gym is fucking. There's no AC. It's a metal roof. It's fucking like Rocky Balboa type, Rocky 3 type training. You almost pass out.
Living that good life, man. Enjoy.
Dude, it's difficult, but it's an experience, that's for sure. What are you guys playing?
Just a few things. Spy,
Nvidia puts.
nvidia puts. Uh,
Sober. SOBR.
Apple calls. Home Depot calls.
So is the 10-year going is the 30-year going down rates? And that's the thesis on
There's the 30-year auction today at 1.
Home Depot, right? So what about Nail? If you guys like Home Depot, what about Nail?
Yeah, we talked about
Yeah,
that. That was
we talked about that earlier.
pretty
Yeah.
bullish on that.
Fucking Tesla, bullshit little pump. You get it back over 300. You guys cover your shorts?
On Tesla? No.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, I like cleared the decks yesterday. I covered pretty much. I sold that MREO and RARE. I got lucky. I sold those yesterday. I sold all my Brazil.
Yeah.
I got lucky on the Brazil. I also sold my poet though, so that kept ripping. So unfortunately, but yeah, so
Dude, I bought Tiger yesterday. at 15 cents. It opened at 50. I put a sell for Tiger at 1050s at like 60 cents because I did early in the morning. I did the options calculator. It should have took me out if it was at like 2 or 1090 and I had the 1050s for Friday. It should have took me out around 60 to 80 cents. It didn't even get there. Like it should like I think there's so much manipulation in these fucking China ADRs. It opened up at 50 and just dropped. So I'm fucking trying to get out at break even or less than break even at a little bit
Yeah,
of a
I
loss.
had K-Web calls. I saw those yesterday too. Those are in the red. I was down on those. Just gave up on that shit. Yeah.
Man, I had the right play, man. Fucking 15 cents to 50 cents. I'm not in front of my computer to just, I should have just, man, pisses me off. The wife's killing my funds here.
Do you have a laptop, Jeffrey? Get a laptop, man.
I'm super confused.
I,
Why can't you dictate your own gym time?
well, because she wants me to work out with her, bro. Like, that's why we moved here. I have more time with the wife. So,
And she can't accommodate you? Like, what's
no.
so important that she can't do
She
it?
has to go, she has to do driving classes and shit to get her driver's license. And so she has to go in the morning. It's fine. That's why we moved here.
All
But
right.
it's just not conducive on. I got to do longer term trades.
Jeffrey, do you ever roll with her? Do jujitsu and shit? Teach her.
Uh, mm, you think you would, but I don't. Like sometimes I held the mitts for her and stuff like that, and taught her some moves, but she doesn't take it serious, you know. So no.
Getting a buy signal on Google 5 minutes.
IN, it's up almost 3% today.
Yep.
So that Amazon rocket news is supposed to give it what 9 billion more market cap. That's not bullish today. You guys see that news that came out?
What are you talking about?
There's some
Yeah.
Not bullish for what? I'm not sure what you're.
for Amazon. There was some like rocket thing.
Well,
Okay.
Amazon don't deal with rockets, so I'm confused. What do
No,
you
no,
mean?
I'll get it. I'll
Isn't
get
that
it.
the private company basis owns?
Yeah, that would be Blue Origin.
Blue Origin. No, I saw.
Yeah.
Shouldn't that
That
give a
that
boost to like ASTS instead?
I think
yeah.
doesn't Amazon, aren't they trying to launch a bunch of satellites to compete with Starlink?
Maybe
Yeah,
that's
I
what
think
it
they
is. Maybe
just they
that's what
did
it is.
maybe take a contract from them.
I'll find it.
Big
So
Kev, that
looking at the GEX, it looks overall bullish. Looks like the market wants to continue going higher. SPY SPX, just by the latest GEX print. What's up, bro? What were you
yo
gonna say?
that ad we added onto ERJ down here was dope. Was a great ad, bro. For ERJ Embraer.
Yeah, I started a position in that when you guys
It's
did.
getting a bounce. Yep, it's getting a bounce right
Hell
now.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Let's go, baby. Great. Damn it.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, this Expedia EXPE is up 5% today on Expedia.
That's about hit
Yeah, that was a
20
beast
here.
mode call out.
Yes, sir. I mean, on when I do those bullish bearish thesis and post it on my profile, that's I did all the work for you guys in the audience. So all you have to do is just go and read it, and then put those levels on your chart if you want to, because I give you the fib levels in there as well.
Coin is still pushing 380. Hope y'all grab those calls.
Hmm. Um, I'm out of my Shark Ninjas 110 calls for July 18th, up 54% or $120 a contract. I'm still holding the 110s for August 15th, 115 for September 19th, and 125s for December 19th. Oh, SPY 625.45.
Hey, what was that Bitcoin play? Bitcoin that Butters called out earlier. It was Bitcoin Treasury play.
Talking about mist.
No, it was a different one. It was like a $2 stock.
Yeah, I think it was missed. Wait, no. Yeah, it's 238. That's the $2 stock he called out. Missed.
He called out another one.
I
I forgot.
He's in here. He's in here. He could hear you, so he's just down in the audience.
Sequins, I call it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I didn't know you were talking about that one. Yeah, I got some $3 calls on that one. Some leaps.
On
And
which
pork
one?
chop,
What was the
pork
ticker?
chop is running again today too.
S
PRKO.
SQNS.
Okay.
The one from the other day, PROK, is running again. I call it pork chop.
I guess because you can't call it Procter.
Yeah. Well, it went in tune with the barbecues when we were talking the other day, right?
Yeah, yeah.
When you look at the word, it looks like pork.
Yep.
Grab some Viking 31 calls for Friday.
What ticker is that, Jeffrey?
UKTX.
Thanks.
Just Lottos.
So if you were in nvidia puts and you still are in them, be careful. Nvidia look like it's about to get a push. Look like it's bottomed for the day, possibly. I mean, as I look across the landscape, I'm looking at Meta. Meta's bottomed. Microsoft is bottomed. Amazon is getting a pretty decent push. Apple, after pulling back, is getting a pretty good push. So, just saying. And I got 300 puts Tesla for next week.
I'm gonna try to scalp some Google calls for tomorrow. Do the 177.50s.
Yes, SPY is resilient today. 625.51.
That ticker I mentioned earlier, PPTA, which is with UMAC, is up 12%.
Mm-hmm. So I have a level right here at 1427, and then I have another level at 1465, and then 1530 on that PPTA.
Butters, he said they're related to UMAC, unusual machines.
No, not UMAC. The one Big Kev was talking about earlier, that does the refining of the earth.
UAMY. UAMY.
Antimony. Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm gonna put an alert to check Deckers again tomorrow. DECK. I might start a position in Deckers. It looks like it's bottoming down here. That Darktronics.
I didn't play it, but Bull Bear, look at SC Shoe Carnival, SCVL. It had a dollar move today.
Oh wow.
Every time it gets to around the 20, it moves up.
That's crazy. One, it's just on a ripper today. $24.82. You know what? I'm gonna wait. This Kodak KODK came down, double bottomed, bounced, and it's holding up pretty good today. It's up 2.34% on Kodak. That's a Bella call out.
Netflix 280 for Friday, got in at 260, stop loss at 230.
I think Sun said he got into.
Come on, dump Tesla.
Interesting penny stock. You might have heard of that before. Open Door, OPEN. But last few days been really bullish. I don't know if this is a turnaround for the stock, but it looks like it might be. A lot of options activity.
Tell me why Meta and Microsoft hourly time frame look exactly the same. Why Microsoft looks like a certified short. So that would kind of make me want to short Meta also. Like it's dancing right at support, both of them.
Hourly, Netflix looks like a tweezer bottom on the hourly. Hopefully gets W on the 15, goes back to 1280, hopefully, if the market cooperates. Short-term play, stops in place.
What are you in? Are you in calls or are you in puts, Jeffrey? Netflix.
Sorry, calls. Fuck, I'm dizzy. Calls, sir. Just for Friday. 1280s.
I think Sun Capital called that out too. He didn't say a strike. But...
It's good company, dude. He leave? Fuck.
Yeah, I think he had his interview with him. That was okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this daily, man. I have a hard time being long. I don't know that it gets back above 1270. Like this thing just, I mean, I ain't trying to dispute anybody, but I'm just looking at this damn daily. RSI's pointing down. The MACD is red, pointing down. know. Maybe if it gets a bounce, maybe if it clears 1570, I might. I don't know. Yeah, Netflix just looks weak. Intraday, of course, it's got a little bit of a bounce, but when I'm looking at this hourly time frame, it could definitely get rejected at 1266. I mean, I don't know. I'm not disputing your call. I can't be long Netflix right here.
All right, I'm back. What did I miss, guys? Nothing? Nothing happened?
I think Jeffrey likes Netflix.
Oh, okay, cool.
Short term play, 1280s.
Copy.
There we go, Netflix. W is playing out on the 5.
IWM working out intraday, 225.
Nice hammer on Amazon on the hourly.
I was looking at that. That does look nice. It looks like it's trying to push.
Yeah, maybe. I might grab 224s. What do you think, Kev? I thought there was some positive.
I wouldn't go out. I wouldn't go out that far. I would probably do like the two. I don't know. Look at the chain. We got 222.5s.
Yeah.
Wait, are you playing one DTE or?
Friday, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck, they didn't even have it. Yeah, well, you have to go 225s. I'll try it.
I have two. I have a level at 223.47.
Or 222.50s is what I think Kevin said.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't go out to the 225.
Yeah, those are the ones I'm gonna grab.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a stop at bought at 112. I'm gonna put a stop at 90 cents. They could take.
I wouldn't grab the 225s if it's for tomorrow. No.
Yeah. I saw that. I thought there was 224s for some reason. Stop in place just because I'm not gonna be watching it.
I just shared the news in the NAS about the nuclear stuff, construction permit application for a small modular reactor, and
Was that SPAC that I brought up the other day? There's a
Oklo,
SPAC.
NNE, and SMR are pushing here.
What's the fucking SPAC? And Butter says he didn't like it. Like, what was that?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, Oklo just got to the top of my list. Bam. Now my Oklo 57s that I got yesterday up 57, up 33%. Let's go. I was down too.
Butters, what was that
I
SPAC?
wonder if A-Man grabbed those.
Would that run with this shit? What was that?
It was GSRT, but no. That's not going.
It's
anymore.
garbage. Okay, I trust Butters on that shit better than me.
Let's go. This is one Yellow Moon and I were talking about. He wanted to. He was asking if this looked like a good short, and I was looking at the chain and was like, "Nah, like it's not supportive. Like there's nothing supportive on the put side. Like it's leaning call heavy." And a couple hours later, after I looked at it a little longer, I went grabbed the 57s and put it in the group and everything, let people know or whatever. I think A-Man said he liked it too. I don't know if he grabbed him or not.
PPTA high today.
Yeah, I just grabbed a couple of those Oklos 65s for August 15th.
Nice. Oakland fuck around, go to 80.
Jamie Dimon says the real data on U.S. economy totally impossible to read.
Dude, I would agree.
He's confused.
I fucking would agree. Tariffs on fucking aluminum. What was the other one? And then now fucking 50% on copper. Copper goes into everything. All your database centers. I mean, everything. Manufacturing.
Jeffrey, look at Amazon. Look at this push.
Nice.
Amazon trying to go ahead and get the. That's why I say you should. I got the 222 and a half. I'm thinking they should have grabbed the 222 and a half. But I don't know if it gets back to that 224 or whatever mid. Yeah, you're gonna eat. You're gonna eat.
No, I got it. I got in what you said. I thought there was two. For some reason, I thought there was 224, so I got in 222.50s. I'm right in there with you.
Let's go. Gex still overwhelmingly green to the on top. Jeffrey.
2 seconds. Yes, sir. Yeah. Zero gamma 62.50. Where are we at right now? 62.78. Major positive is 62.80. Yep. They're adding there 62.80. Yeah, everything's on top. There's nothing down below so far.
IWM is a super bullish.
Whoever called out Google, I mean, whoever played that in the mornings making money here.
Yeah, I'm scalping Google for tomorrow.
Fuck, that was a look at yesterday's move. High is 180, low is 172. What happened there? That was a weird range yesterday. Oh, that was the Chat GPT news. Search. Something about Chat GPT is getting into search. Right, Georgie? That affected Google's price yesterday?
Oh, is that it? Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe I saw that over the headlines.
I'm just playing the chart.
That would be amazing if it took it all back.
Well, let me check the options. It's kind of stuck here right now, but looks kind of like a cup and handle.
Jeffrey, do you know anything about PTCT?
One second, I'm looking at Amazon. I see a wedge here on Amazon on the hourly. It could get to 225, top of the wedge. If this market cooperates by Friday. Kevin?
Definitely can.
What's the catalyst gonna be for it to get to 225?
I swear I saw some either it was the satellite news or rocket news. And I fucking thought I put in the I'll have to look, but I'm like doing a bunch of trades and trying to I'll have to look. I'm gonna keep the 220, 250s. I'll keep those. They'll reward plenty. No, sorry. Top of the wedge is 224. My mistake. Blinds.
Apple look ready to dump.
I don't know if anybody's still holding Surf FM over the $7. SRFM.
Yeah, that's one that I cut that one yesterday too. It's how much is it? Nice.
So that auction is at one, right? You said, Kev. I think you said a 30-year auction or something like that today.
It is. It is at 1. Yeah.
Boom, coin blasting off.
BBAI constructively bullish here. Maybe it runs back to 8.
ENVX is popping up 1436.
Uh, Invest. What stock did you ask me?
PTCT.
Ah, I used to play this a long time ago. Man, off the top of my head, I can't remember this. I'll have to look at it, do due diligence. Just DM it to me, but I remember playing this a long time ago, a while ago.
I should have held a fucking runner in Autodesk. I fucking knew it, bro. Look at Autodesk. 10-minute chart, 282.26 on Autodesk. What a short that was this morning, and it's still tanking.
Baba 106 for Friday. Inverse head and shoulders on the 15. We'll see. Tight stop, even though most of the move happens after hours. It'll probably fuck me, but I'm in.
I don't know if anyone knows about this ticker KSCP, or did you talk already about this? So this is related to physical security, and they are pumping today 15%, and maybe it's also related to the FIFA that we are talking about. Yeah.
Wait, what?
KS,
K what?
KSCP, Nightscope.
Nightscope, yeah.
Yep, they are in provisioning and development of security technology solutions. Yeah.
V was talking about that
Yeah,
one last night,
yeah.
saying that she liked it better than Ondas and all the other ones.
I see. Okay, I didn't know that, but this is in my watch list already.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you guys right now, there's a lot of people who aren't even thinking about that yet. That World Cup play. So by the time they get in, we'll be way ahead of the pack. So just start building your own watch list or your own portfolio around that. And that's not financial
Sequence
advice.
just broke out to 250.
Alright, so I'll give you my if you guys are playing this Autodesk short, 279.89, 274.59, 268.88. Those are my next three levels on ADSK.
Kev, what calls did you have for SQNS?
I got the $3. I think for let me look, hold on.
You got to be up on those right now or coming into it. It's up at 260 already.
A little bit of sell pressure here. SPX going through mid bull. Let's hope it's just break below and fail, and we rally back up. We'll see if this continues.
Nah, this looks like a
F5.
hard rejection.
Yeah.
Hmm. This app, every day it's something new with this app.
Hey, they're starting to add below. 6273 is spot. They're adding to 6270 below. They're starting to take away 6280, 6290, 6300s. They're removing quite a bit there. Not making it easy. We need to go back above mid bull here. Which is not. Amazon still looks the best, probably. Well, Google. Google and Amazon look the best out of the fangs. All right, what are they called? They're not fangs anymore. Megas? What are they called? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we're all playing stuff.
oh I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Butters, because you said it way better than I was about to say it.
I'm sorry. I thought it because I'm in Colombia.
Bro, listen, hold on. No, I'm gonna go ahead and say it, bro. Everybody can't just stop every 2 seconds and answer you. You got to give people like at least 5 seconds to fucking stop what they're doing to register what the fuck you just asked.
All right, my bad. Touche. Google powering high of day.
So I just shared the nest. Robinhood officially launches it and Sol staking in the US.
Told you Robin Hood was looking bullish.
I was here talking and I look and I wasn't in the room. You need to dash with that app, yeah. This app is garbage. Um, Uber on a 1 hour, the double bottom playing out on Uber, 1 hour.
They had news yesterday, right? I think you and I spoke about it after hours.
Yep.
Uber.
Yeah.
It was for the World Cup, was it that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just related to this news of Robinhood, if you look UPXI, DFDV, they are
Par all-time high is 190.
yeah, they are Solana related crypto treasury. They are up.
The Olympics, Butters, the Olympics. Um, pointed out Generac to you guys earlier. Generac is pushing on the 1 hour. It's over one of my levels. The Generac 160 calls I grabbed for September 19th. They're up $75 a contract or 10%. The other day we were talking about MTN, Vail Resorts. I think I mentioned that to ask your buddy Butters about this Vail. I grabbed the 175 calls for 470. They're up to 630, up $160 a contract for those MTN 175 calls for September 19th.
Yeah, I've got a report back from him. I'll send it over to you. He didn't like it, so but the chart
Okay.
setup's the chart setup.
Yeah. All right, cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he owns about I don't know, 10 or 11 hotels.
Gotcha.
SQNS 270.
I'm getting a buy signal on a Uber 15-minute chart. Um, Uber, like I said, Uber double bottomed on the 1 hour.
I'm probably about to grab some nvidia calls, man. It's looking back full bull again.
Nvidia, let me check this.
Kevin, you're going to be out of those calls today, bro. SQNS 280s.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they're for August the 15th.
Uh, it's at the middle of the. Hold on, let me look at this other chart on Nvidia. Oh, it's back to where it got rejected earlier. This 15-minute candle closes in 3 minutes. If you could close over this 163 23, then yeah, blue skies and caviar up to 165.
On SQNS, a lot of the option volume, it looks like, is August $4 calls today. A lot of $3 calls for next week too.
Bitcoin futures are all time high.
Let's fucking go.
What a bounce on ERJ, man. That Morningstar reversal played out from 150, 160 back up to 54.29.
Beautiful.
Yes, sir. Those ads were beautiful down there.
SQNS at 290.
Man, look at Oklo. Oklo wants to keep going. No Energizer Bunny.
Yes, sir. Let's see what these calls are doing.
Hey, Kev, I'm gonna stop co-hosting. I'm gonna do some heads down work here.
All right, bro. I appreciate you. Man, Met Cole looking like it's ready for its next leg up. Can it do it? Can it push?
Hmm.
Can it push? We're talking about this, but I don't know how long.
I don't know if you listened to Bill on it, and that dude fucking hates commodities. He's in these some cool names, dude. I think you're in good company. I think coal's gonna fly.
I think he's talking about Coles, KSS.
Oh, I thought he's in a coal plate. No, he said met coal.
I
right?
said met coal, and I'm in KSS, but I was talking about met coal. I didn't just say coal. I made sure I specified. I made the distinction, and I'll always make the distinction when I'm talking about met coal.
My bad. They get some tax subsidies from the BBB and something like huge, right? That'll just massively help their bottom line. And Bill, who fucking hates fossil fuels, is in commodities, is in it. So I think it's the macros there, Big Kev.
Yes, sir, Bob. I mean Jeffrey.
You said Bob.
So Butters, SQNS. We're gonna go to $4.
Yeah, but yeah, I think so. Bitcoin Treasury. Let's go.
I'm looking at 380. So let's see if we can get up there. Who was that talking about BTCM? Yeah, Butters, I'm taking the majority of my position off up 100, 142%, 150%.
On which one?
SQNS.
Yeah.
Left some runners to run. Run it, run it, run it, run it. Yeah, that was an awesome call. I just grabbed those and just sat in them, just waited.
Yeah, that was the one I sent everybody this up on Saturday on and talked about it, but the space went macro, so it wasn't about tickers anymore.
Yeah, no, the space always goes Jeffrey. I mean macro, my fault.
Well, yeah, that's what he does.
I wasn't even there on Saturday.
Here he goes. He got
You were
activated.
there on the
Here
weekend.
He goes.
You brought Bill up.
Here he
I'd like
goes.
to hear from Bill
Here he
about this.
goes.
I'd like to hear about. Oh, here comes so and so.
Oh,
Jeffrey's
that's right.
like
We did DM.
Jeffrey's like one of those little Chihuahua dogs. As soon as you say Jeffrey, he's like, "Arr, arr, 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 arr." He's just ready to attack.
I'm not.
Hey, that's because he has like four of them, right? So now you know how normally the animal takes on the personality of the owner. We kind of got like a reverse effect thing going on right there. Like the owner's taking on the personality of the pet. No, I'm just playing Jeffrey.
Listen, I can't help it that I'm like super FinTwit popular, and all the smart people want to get on when they see me. I'm sorry, guys.
And
It's
you
just the way it is when
change,
I go into the club.
and you always change a space.
When I go into
When you're
clubs,
discussing tickers, you always switch it to fucking macro. It always goes
That's
to
because
fucking macro.
that's because the smart people are bored, right? They got 700K sitting in the position waiting for it to go macro, right? In 6 months, so they can go ahead and reap the benefits of it. And while they wait, they get on Twitter and just rant, right? Or they just talk, or they soliloquize.
That's exactly right, Kevin. That's exactly right. They'll have huge positions in one or two or three positions, and then they just talk macro.
I'd rather talk a stock that goes 100% in 4 days, Jeffrey, not fucking macro.
Watching my positions here.
Generac GNRC is moving. These 160 calls we just got into, they're up $100 a contract. 755 to 850.
out of Netflix. They took me out. That sucks.
SoFi, ticker SOFI, having a very good day today, up to 3.5%.
Yes, indeed it is. It started pulling back a little bit.
Shout out to Full on that one. He was very good in that one.
Dead on, yeah. Dead on.
Yes, he was. He took all his money out of Tesla and threw it all in SoFi. You're not wrong. He threw it all in SoFi and left so you all couldn't shit on his play.
Bro, literally today, all we could have did today all day, we could have just played fucking Autodesk from open. That's it.
So one it ain't too late for is FLNC. Still has about another $4 to go to fill the gap.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Also, I'm in the $10 calls for January, so I mean, only up 17% on those, so it's still not too late.
God damn it.
Yeah, that's 51.6 on my comment position, FLNC.
Nice, nice.
In at 581. This is the one that AES has a 30% stake in.
I thought it was more than that.
I think it's only 30%, bro.
What the hell happened here? My Toro comments went crazy. Toro is up almost 40% today, bro. TORO
Boom.
butters. Let's go.
Google's pumping, guys.
Look at Coinbase. COIN.
Toro's going.
Oh,
Toro's going up because Deere's going up, and so is the other one.
Another one that I mentioned was iRobot. IRBT. It's up.
So I'm trying to different. There was something that came up on my screen, Bull Bear.
Yeah.
Look at TTC. What is the differentiation between the two of them?
Oh, I don't know. I just seen this. They're the same name, right?
Yeah, one is Toro Co. and one is just Toro. Does that make sense?
TTC.
we're grabbing NVIDIA calls for next week.
Did Toro Corporation separates or spin off something? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it looks like something happened here. I have to look. Hold on.
It was weird when I sent you Shaw's harmonics on Toro, remember? I had it on my desk.
Yeah.
And I was like, why am I getting two of these? And I meant to mention it to you the other night.
Hold on, I'm looking at it.
Toro, ticker TORO, is a liquefied petroleum gas carrier vessel company. TTC is the lawnmower company.
I got to give you credit, Silencius. You have your wealth of knowledge about these companies. You're invested. I give you that.
I try to be helpful.
And it's so funny because you thought that you didn't have any insight to add, and here you are with a bunch of insight to add.
Yep.
The blind squirrel that found a stopped clock.
But Bull Bear, that chart still looks good.
Yeah.
I think Shaw had it going up to what, $8 or I don't remember off the top of my head what was on that chart.
Bitcoin is in full bull. Let's go, Bitcoin. Straight breakout. Let's go. I just hadn't watched BitX from 55 go to 59 in a couple of days and didn't even grab any calls.
On Toro, I have 851 butters.
Yeah, I think Shaw was around the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 165 for next week NVIDIA. Ticker MAGS looks like it's in full bull. So yeah, majority of the mags must be bullish.
On May 17th, I posted something about TTC on my profile. You could just go in my profile and search TTC. You'll pull it up, chart and everything.
How about you make it easier for us and share it to the top so we can just go right to the top instead of having to go try to look for your profile and look
I'll
for
do
it.
it right now. I'll do it right now. Home Depot 377.
Boom, boy.
Let's go, baby. Look at that beautiful. Look at this chart, bro. Unbelievable chart. This W is playing out to a T. Let's go. don't know why this thing is saying Georgie is requesting, but it shows him up here as a co-host. I give up with this app.
Georgie's down.
I see him up here as a co-host, and it's saying that he's requesting. So I don't know. I'll try figuring out that.
Nah, it doesn't show him up here like he stepped down, but it doesn't even show that he's requesting either. So yeah, you're just glitching, bro.
Mm. I'm gonna drop down and come back.
Hey guys, I didn't realize the trading pit was secretly Tanker Gang. That's pretty amazing about Toro. You know, they're like one of the quote unquote shit coves of the tankers, but they just offloaded an old LPG tanker and did a tender to buy back 4.5 million shares. So I'm super curious. Did you guys just target that stock based on technicals? Because the amazing call.
What are you talking about, V?
Toro, about Toro, um,
Oh,
Toro.
uh,
Like, did you did was it just like technical, like just chart analysis that brought it to your attention?
for me, yeah.
It's
That's the only way
amazing.
I find anything is technicals. Technicals is what pull me to everything, and then if there's a story behind it, that's whenever I go ahead and do dig deeper, and then take the position, whatever, whatever. But yeah, it's always the technicals first.
Well, it's amazing. Congratulations, because this is one of the tankers I've always avoided because it's like considered to be a little sketchy. But they just did this huge deal today, right? So stock's way up.
Oh,
And also
nice.
yeah, they did a tender to buy back 4.5 million shares, and they offloaded an old LPG tanker, so they extracted profit from there as well. Um, but the whole tankers are up today as well as LPG. Like Sting is up 9%, which is a pretty big move. And also B dry, for dry bulk, it gapped up like 6% today. So I can't help but wonder if it's got to do with the Brazil tariff.
V, I just sent you the chart that we did 4 days ago on Toro.
Yeah.
I
You
can't
know,
believe I missed it.
yeah.
Good, congratulations.
Badass charters in here, V. They're good. They are good.
Thank you, V. Thank you. We'll take it.
V, a good guy to follow. The chart I sent you was Shaw's. He nailed that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's incredible. Yeah. It's like you have to stay on you guys 24/7 to catch all the action.
V, you're as good as any of the analysts I've seen on CNBC. When are you going to go into business?
Oh, come on, that bar's not so high.
True that, but
Yeah.
at least you're there.
But thank you, Silencias. I appreciate it. I'm learning. Keep an open mind and keep looking, right?
Everything you say makes perfect frickin' sense.
This 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 Toro company chart that I posted up in the nest. This one was the one you asked me about butter in regards to the harmonics.
Yeah, the other one was the one I posted down in the blue pill, which was Shaw's on Toro
Yeah.
that I sent you.
Microsoft is starting to look bullish again. Went from curling over into an H pattern to curling up. See if Meta starts curling up as well, because it was previously looking exactly like Microsoft.
200 cons, 34.50 at 7 cents for KWEB. KWEB is what I just entered.
Come on, Tesla, playing and just jump off the cliff. Jump off a Cleveland cliff. Even.
I just said Tesla looks heavy up here. I looked down at my phone and I muted. Yeah, it looks heavy up here. This app is muting me, unmuting me, removing me. I mean, it's just doing whatever it wants.
I don't know if you guys have been reading the Nectar Therapeutic stuff. That did pass its phase 2 data. It's basically valuation at 100 million. They've got an upcoming lawsuit with Eli Lilly. They could get another 200 to 500 million dollars if Lilly is guilty or settles. I feel like they'll probably settle, but Nectar is a smaller float. It's a good hold here. I think it could go to $50 is my fair value. Eczema.
Jeffrey, I just saw your MREO post. Are you just done with it?
For now, I'll probably go back later because
was that a failure from the results or something?
No, their p-val was a little bit higher, so but they can
okay.
redo it at phase 3. So I just think it's going to be dead money for a little bit. But
yeah, that looks that way.
Closer to the end of the year, I'll probably get back in.
Hey Georgie, I heard you reference sober. Did you take a position?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did when you guys called it out, and
nice.
It's up 14% from when I bought it.
Nice.
Stock is up 14%.
The stock, yeah.
Jesus Christ,
yeah,
you guys are monster fucking stock move.
So Jeffrey, I think I've heard you mention this before that you think algos are listening to us.
Yes.
I think you're right, bro.
Dude, every time, guys.
Because I just watched
algos listen to everything. They get as much information as possible.
Yeah, I was just watching this Toro chart, the TORO that we're talking about, and it just went just crazy buying. Literally 30 seconds after we finished talking about it.
Bro, you guys will be talking. It's usually the smaller float ones, right? You guys will be talking about something.
Dude, they probably run it through an AI model.
8%. It'll go up 8% right after you're done talking about it. Like,
dude, they probably run this through an AI model, and they know like this guy's voice. That means it's like I'm gonna follow it. This other guy's voice, I'm gonna fade it. You know, sort of thing.
I bet you there's some fucking coked out hedge fund guys that don't do any work that just sit here in spaces and go, "Hey, that guy's smart. Oh yeah, that looks good. I'm in. Boom."
No, you need an AI model, and you need to be listening to every space on Twitter. That's how they do it.
This shit is wild, bro. I just literally watched that.
You're in the
matrix. You could test it by doing a false flag and see if you like scan. I mean, it would be horrible to do, but you could test the theory.
I think that's an
and
SEC violation. I would not recommend that shit. Like,
well, we can't. I'm gonna fraudulently
just about to say, do not do anything like that. I rebuke that, and we're gonna stop talking about that on this space right now. I'm a rugged.
I'm sorry.
Move on.
Sorry.
I would love to.
Don't need to apologize. Just move on.
I see Nectar going back to $30, maybe within a month or two, or maybe even shorter. There's some big funds starting to buy in right now. I do have a position, so just be aware. I don't want to pump something.
Yeah, though, like you can pump whatever you want to pump, right? Like there's no law against that, but to kind of coordinate to, like, to me, what, and I'm not saying that this is what you were suggesting, D. So let me throw that disclaimer out there first. But to me, when we talk about that, it can be construed as conspiring to like do the shit that they went after Zach Morris and them about. So I don't even want to be involved in that. Even though they got off, do you want to go through that?
$100 million.
Do you want to go? Do you want to go through that though?
No, what one of the things I really love about this group is that everyone is going for it and straightforward and honest. Like it brings the alpha. There's no bullshit. It makes this group exceptional, and you guys have helped me tremendously. So thank you.
Kind words, V. Thank you. And you're one of the best researchers out there on the
Very
planet.
kind words.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
no. You add value just as part of the group as anybody else.
He's
Like
a
you come
monster
with
alpha generator.
you come with the bombs every time, and you blow it up every single time. Kill it.
Yeah. So the only reason why I even brought that up to Jeffrey is because I'm sitting here and I was watching the level 2 when we were talking about it, and then all of a sudden I saw all these buys, and then just now when we started talking about it, I'm looking at the level 2, it's sold off, and now it's buying it again. It's just weird price action to me. But yeah, as far as what you were saying, V, it's a testament to all of us in here. You know, we all put in a lot of work, so it's not just one person; it's all of us. So yourself included.
Oh, that was so beautiful. Jeffrey, Amazon. Oh, we're about to push right here, boy. Ready to go right here. 222 and a half, 222 mid. Let's get it.
Let's go.
V, check your DM.
K Web's pushing, Baba's pushing. They look good. Where's my boy? Amazon. Little flaggy action right here.
I'm seeing some volume in this SQNS in a 15-minute chart. Over this.
Flaggy action, man. We about to blow the top off
Yeah.
this motherfucker. Amazon. Let's go.
I see 224 is a possibility. Top of the hourly wedge.
Mm.
Bro, I saw some 670 spy calls yesterday.
I saw that.
And then I saw earlier like some 695s. And these aren't really
Mm-hmm.
that long dated for like August the 29th.
Yes, sir. I'm in the
Talk about the
625.
casino is open. 695s? Are you kidding me?
Yo, if that goes, if SPY goes up there, bro, these 625s are gonna print so hard. I think I'm gonna have to exercise some of my nvidia calls.
Shit, that's how you do it.
Yep. I think I have them at.
Hey Jeffrey, you still here?
Yeah, what's up, sir? Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
This mute button, this mute button is acting like a whole bi. Can we get a Gex update real quick, sir?
2 seconds. I'm in the kitchen. Okay. Very interesting. We're pretty much right at so zero gamma is 62.65, major positive gamma 62.80, spot is 62.76.89. They're removing where the most majority of it is, which is 62.80, but they're removing underneath as well 62.75, 62.70, adding 62.85 little by little, tiny bit. So it looks bullish here, kind of sideways to bullish so far.
I'd like to see this fucking Tesla drop.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at right now on a 15-minute chart.
That's exactly what I'm waiting for too. And it's written all over my face. You can see the smile on my face right now, boy.
Amazon pushing out of that 5-minute wedge.
Let's go out of that
There it goes.
5-minute flag. Yeah, let's go.
You see that little wedge there, the little bull flag wedge?
I see it. I do. I see it. I saw what you said the first time.
Yes, sir.
Bro, those 22 and a halves are gonna pay. I told you, man. Just hold those. You got into those too, Big Kev, or no?
Hell yeah, those were mine. When he was talking to
Oh,
2025s or whatever,
oh,
I got into those.
100% those are Cavs because I was like, I'm gonna grab the 224s, and there is none. There's only 225s,
yeah,
and that's way too far out.
yeah. I have 223.47 as a level, so yeah, bro, those will pay.
Yeah, that's top of the wedge.
That's why I keep calling. That's why I keep calling Amazon out. I'm totally invested, bro. I'm watching this whole.
This dog.
So Grok just overtook all other AI models on the Poly market after releasing Grok 4. So that's the one that they're releasing in the Teslas, right?
Look at this fucking candle right now on Amazon, Kev. Look at the 5-minute candle.
Andy Constant just said the auction was crappy. C minus intervals, fine price.
Look at it. Sorry, guys.
Here you go.
I'm
Here you
really
go.
excited about
222.50.
Look at this
There
Amazon
you
push.
go.
I told you it was about to push, boy.
222.50, baby. And I'm getting a buy signal on a 10-minute for Amazon.
I told you it was about to push, boy. Let's get it.
How come I can't do a fucking train? Where's my train?
You can't see. They don't have that in Colombia. That's why. You want me to press it for you since you can't find it?
Nice call out on ERJ.
Yes, sir. That's my baby.
The fact that it's breaking this early, Jeffrey, it might just get to that 224.
Yeah, that's why those 222s are gonna pay.
But that's that confluence, right? When 2 or 3 of us in the room see the same thing, boom, works.
Yes, sir.
Love it.
So another thing I heard this morning on another space, I was in that Danish space, and there's this guy called Honest that he's always talking about oil.
Dr. Anas, yeah.
Yeah, and they were saying something in regards to that oil demand is gonna go up like 23.
Guys, this market is absolutely beasting to the upside here. We are ripping in crypto. We are absolutely ripping in crypto. I'm about to trim my IBIT calls. I repeat, I'm about to trim some more of my IBIT calls here. which is my Bitcoin play. I want to see it pierce this 113 area. You can see on the daily chart of Bitcoin, the level that I'm looking at coincides with these pivot highs here. Let me just actually erase or make this a little bit less so we can see exactly where this trend line is going to hit this pivot high. But you can see we're coming up into the zone right now on Bitcoin, guys. So get ready for a trim on IBIT. We are pumping, piercing that 113 level. So I sold half of my contracts yesterday. Basically, I'm going to reduce my contracts yet again, sell another half, and then the next target after that is 115. Okay, there's 113 on tap, guys. 113 is hitting here in crypto. BTC, come on. I want to see if we can tap this little trend line on Bitcoin. Again, 113 was my area, but I want to see if we can tap this trend line. That would be a nice, healthy area. We might come just shy because crypto is getting extended here. But definitely looking at some near-term resistance coming into crypto here. It's been a beautiful 1, 2, 3 bar surge on the daily. So we're up over 140% on our IBIT calls. We are up over 140%. Guys, I just trimmed there. Beautiful TP target hit to a T there, guys. I just trimmed IBIT. Beautiful at 291. The squeeze, guys. We just hit TP1 here. Bang, bang. 149% gain on those calls. I only have a quarter of the position left. Still obviously have some common shares in IBIT. Bang, bang. So if we throw the IBIT on here, IBIT, $64 calls in the money. So now I'm not going to trim these calls. I'm just going to keep a break-even stop loss on IBIT. Thank you, Anonymous. So I do have a price target here, TP of 115. The only way I would exit IBIT calls is if 115 was hit today. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep an in-the-money stop on IBIT around $2.17. That's locks in a full dollar. So I would only sell the rest of these call options around 115,000 if that was hit today. Other than that, let's just keep that in the money stop loss as price continues to rise on Bitcoin. If it does, I will look for an exit around 119,000. Okay, so 119,000. I get extremely interested in closing the rest of the position. But if we had a big spike into 115 today, I would close it because it's a huge extension move. Other than that, though, we'll just keep trailing, all right? So we'll look for 119 if we get consolidation here. If we keep pushing today, then we'll exit at 115. But nice, excellent trade there on IBIT. Everyone had opportunity. That was our epic move right off of that daily 20 moving average here. That was stunning. So this was a retrace of the bullish crossover that you got in the 7 and 20. Back test of the 20-day, and bam, it's been a monster move. And we look at BITO, guys. We're still holding longs on BITO. My average is 2061. All right, so we have a beautiful trade there on Bitcoin, guys. TP1 was tagged there, setting new all-time highs. Beautiful price action. Look at that stunning price. What a monster. What an absolute monster. Beautiful. Look at Bitcoin still holding unbelievable strength. We still have some positive price in EQT. EQT trying to form a little bit of a local bottom falling wedge pattern on some of your intraday charts. This little 4-hour potential tail candle forming. Can we try to take this to the green side today? And again, IWM almost to our target that we gave quite a ways ago. Since we broke out of this inverse head and shoulders, gave you that target up there. SPY max move today is still 628. It would have to be at an extraordinary rally to the upside. monster profits there on our IBIT calls, guys. Second trim 149%. Beautiful to see. Beautiful. Tesla's been disappointing since the market's been grinding. Higher and higher. Natural gas still holding majority of its gains. SPY still trying to push higher here. EQT still trying to make a run here. Crude oil still near the lows. I'm still shocked about XOM. Still quite shocked. Coin is still relentless here. I'm just going to grab a little bit of lunch. I'm still going to be inside of my screens here. If I enter an IWM short, I will let you know. SPY only a point. It feels like, so this is the crazy thing about market, right? Doesn't it feel like we've just been absolutely ripping to the upside on these indices? You only have the S&P 500 up 0.32%. You only have the Russell 2000 up 0.85%. So we really haven't even had a huge ripping rally, although that's what it feels like. It feels like we've just been absolutely ripping. And I remember I wish I took some 1 DTEs yesterday because we entered 0 DTEs down here and made a lovely gain on them. I wish I still had them. Those 621 calls that we bought. I wish I gave us a little bit more time. But nevertheless, I mean, we've made some decent trades, especially on the swing trade side today. But again, if IWM hits this this 626 or sorry 226 target today, I would consider firing off boom boom a short. I would probably get into 226 puts as a bit of a 0 DTE trade. Maybe 225s could work, but this is such a strong trend that I just don't know how deep we're going. I really don't know how deep we're going to go if we do get a small pullback. But I would look for a short off of this 226 zone. I'm just going to grab some lunch though and sit here, try to find some other opportunities as things progress. Buy is going for all-time high.
They also have the protein folding model. So you give it a DNA sequence and it can correctly give you the 3D protein. And I'm sure they've got like models for like molecules and receptors and binding and all that shit.
Dow could put a big candle tomorrow. I don't know. It's at that point where it's that triple top. I don't know if it's going to reject or there could be a big push up.
I don't know if anyone's still in rare earth plays, but that miner MP just shot up 40% or so.
Yeah, it exploded today.
Yeah, we brought it up. Maybe.
Yeah, they got a
Got it.
contract with the Department of Defense. They partner with the Department of Defense or whatever to continue to invest in shoring up facilities here or whatever. One that I'm in is UAMY. Just that one right there. I like that one. Just for the long term, it'll eventually catch its pop, get its pop, similar to MP in my opinion.
Just be careful.
Um,
It's anti-money. Is that how you pronounce it? Anti-money? I'm just kidding.
Antimony.
Okay. I hear
Yeah,
people say antimony.
antimony.
man,
Guys,
fucking Google.
Nectar's
Look at it.
flying. NKTR is flying now. It's up almost 8% since the call out this morning.
Jeffrey, you need to DM me these stickers, man. I take. Oh, that looks nice on the daily too, man.
I don't know if you saw my chart posted. We bought them at the 50% retracement from the P2 move. It went as high as like $36. It went all the way down to 22, 23. That's the 50% retrace of the whole move um, from the P2 data release. And I think that was a great bottom. Like I posted, I'm saying I think this is support. We go up from here.
I'm buying this, Jeffrey. Chart looks good.
$50 to $80 valuation is where I put Nectar. Just FYI. And whatever that means, I don't know. It doesn't mean a grain of salt, but I think it's a $50 stock to possibly even 80. They have a huge fucking lawsuit with Eli Lilly, guys, and that settlement, if they settle, could be anywhere from $200 to $500 million more to Nectar. So, and by all accounts, Lilly's looking like it's going to be. I mean, obviously, it's a powerhouse of a company to sue any of these giant, trillion-dollar, $100 billion companies. But I think Nectar might pull it off. I think they got screwed by Lilly.
Yeah, otherwise I'm gonna spend another extra $2,000, come hit you up in Colombia already. I'll take one for the thing.
Microsoft about to catch a bid.
205, nice. Pushing up. Oh man, that Jeffrey, look at, man, you mentioned it here, and look at the candles that are going in. People buying when you sell these things, man. Wow.
What's that, sir?
The moment you mentioned there is like fucking green candles that's going up on Nectar. People
Yeah.
buying the shit when you said
Yeah, it's a huge short. It's a small float. They're basically valued at $100 million, and they should be valued at like 200, 300, 250, 300 million. There's some big funds jumping in right now, guys. Like the fund just added a million bucks of shares yesterday. So the shorts are gonna get fucked. Like they could go run for the hills. It's a short float here, small float.
Jeffrey, you're not still in Netflix, are you?
No, that thing took me out, bro.
Okay, just making sure. Remember, I told you I didn't think it was going to get to 1270s.
It
Like I
looks so
told you, that looked like
fucking
a
good.
short.
It looks so good.
It looked good for a fucking short.
Yeah, well, I got it the other way,
That's why,
and I saw.
That's why I was adamant. That's why I had to be adamant about like I don't like it for the long side. I just don't.
Dude, and see,
Otherwise, I wouldn't have said nothing.
No, I appreciate it.
Should my Google 180s up
man, Google
165%.
Google is so good today.
Not good. I've got 50 cons on the 180s, bro.
Did more than me, man. Nice.
Yeah, that's an H pattern playing out on the daily for Netflix. Man, Netflix actually filling the gap. Look like it wants to go like down to 12.15 in my opinion.
Look at the
That
10 minutes on it. To look at the 10 minutes on it, Big Kev on that one. That's like an H. It's already did an H, right? So it looks really nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's an H pattern
Netflix.
playing out.
Yeah,
Oh, look, it's a
it
full H
is.
pattern playing out on the daily and intraday.
Yeah. Oh yeah, multiple time frames.
Viking up to almost 2.2%, breaking out of the Darvis box here, like resistance. If it can break out here, I see it going to 32 by tomorrow.
Finally, fucking Ripple is running.
SPY 626.35 on SPY. These 625s are up 15%.
Apple's pushing up, guys. Hopefully, get that to 230.
There's something else I was gonna mention.
There you go. Give it to me.
I grabbed McDonald's 305 calls for August 15th. MCD.
Yeah, see, I thought I was about to grab me some Netflix puts until I went and did how much the motherfuckers cost.
I'd sold my sequence calls up 100%. I'm out.
Nice. Yeah, respect to anybody playing Netflix. Options.
You asked me why I never play a coin. Fucks me up, Kevin. When you ask me why didn't you play coin or something, I can't
Ah,
play that
yeah.
goddamn stock. It fucks me up, man. Like I'll look at it being bullish and it'll fucking rip me a new one. Like I don't know. What's up, Frank?
Like that daily for coin just like to me upside down H just break out. At least going to 400, maybe 450.
Home Depot HD retesting higher day.
Boom.
That's
That
good.
motherfucker was nice right there.
Yes, sir.
Come on,
New,
Amazon, let's go, boy. What you gonna do?
new higher day on the Home Depot. Boom. Tech stocks, industrial stock. What? When did Trump post this? Tech stocks, industrial stocks, NASDAQ hit all time record highs, crypto through the roof, nvidia is up 47%. What? Since Trump's tariffs, USA is taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. Country is now
Oh
back.
man.
A great
Ooh.
credit.
Is that a fade? People are saying like once Trump says it's Trump's economy instead of
Yeah.
Biden's economy. That's
Fed should rapidly lower rate to reflect this trend. USA should be at the top of the list. No inflation. Danny T has
is that a
spoken.
fade? Shit.
Danny T. Mafia Don says, let's go.
So for those who wanted to see what I saw in Nectar when I called the bottom, I think it was 2 days ago. I just put the simple chart in the nest. It's a 50% retracement from the highs off of the data. So that's usually, if it stays there and holds there, that's a 50% retrace. So it's usually a good sign that it bottomed and held. Now we're running back up. So we'll see what happens. It's in the nest if the people down below don't understand that.
SQNS up 60%.
Boom. Them the ones you got in late.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, fuck. I sold too early, man. Look at that. Shit.
This thing is on rocket fuel right now, you heard?
Can't complain though. Thanks, Butters.
Yes, sir. Butters is the goat when it comes to that, man. Nvidia 163.75. Got a buy signal on a 10-minute for Nvidia.
And my good old buddy CIFR, Cypher, look like it's awakening again.
Mm-hmm.
I got Commons and the $8 calls for August.
Amazon 222.60.
Bitcoin's in price discovery mode here, right? Sky's the limit.
Okay, guys, Gex. 6284 is spot. They're adding the 6285. So we're at 6284.88. So basically, technically 6285. They're adding the 6290s. They removed 6280, slowly drifting up so far for SPX Gex.
I posted a BTC chart in the nest with my levels for BTC. Almost 30 minutes ago I posted it, so it's up there.
FLNC about to make that push towards $9. Go. It's still not too late.
Yeah, NFP levels were above in SPY. July NFP were below in QQQ. We stay above and close above, and QQQ, does the catch-up trade. This could be a ripper tomorrow if this continues.
Wait, end of day ripper, Frank?
It could be, yeah. It could be today.
Oh, Tell me when you're looking at what, the last 20 minutes, last 10 minutes. What are we talking about?
That's 20 minutes. I'll take a look. But
All right, thank you.
if they, you know, this is like a slow grind, and then you could get like momentum shift like way higher. But you need these closes above both NFPs.
I gotta start adding that shit. Too many good
And
traders do that.
and SPY is acting like, it's going like it's hard to buy up here, but I like to let the trade come to me, and I definitely not in this. But I mean, Google calls.
Oh yeah, dude.
I bought the piss out of them this morning. That was good. I sold I sold what I paid for them, and now I'm just letting them roll into next week.
Coinbase making that push for 385.
That Wolf was in that ripper we had the other day. I sold like 3/4 of my position. I'm back to like I'm actually negative on it. I just added to it, but like I'm not. It doesn't act well. I'm like, I'm down like a few $100. I'm going to give him a chance. Got to give him some time, but that trade maybe is seems like people might have gotten bagged in it when they ran it. They're whole bag holders in it, so we'll see. Down 20% yesterday, down 20% today. I had my MP yesterday. I did not buy it. Oh my god. What a trade. Would have been lucky, but that would have been nice.
Yeah, lucky dollars will still spend as well, though, right? Maybe that went over your head.
What's that, Big Kev?
I didn't say nothing. Go forward. Dan, what happened to Jeffrey? Did he fall off, or did he say he had to go and I just missed it? Anyway, whatever.
I was talking all this time and I muted. Yeah, it looks like he fell off.
Come on, Nvidia, keep pushing for me, man. Keep pushing for me,
Mhm.
baby. And that 164, I got 164.42 as the resistance level that you need Nvidia to get a good close over volume. Otherwise, that's just resistance.
164.42. That's what I have as
On
well.
the hour, yeah.
It's showing up on my 10 minute. Yeah, I have that level as well. Over that, I have 165.09.
Yeah, the only thing about this freaking SPX trade at the end of the day, you can't, when they go slow grind, the IV just comes out of them. It's like, it's torture. Especially in this type of market where it's a slow grinder.
Yeah, we cleared that level like on an hourly time frame. Yeah, and I totally agree with you, Frank. Bull Bear, but we cleared that level on the hourly time. Looking at 166.16.
Here on the hour. Uh,
Yes, sir.
Hold on, let me look. Um, yeah,
For me, it
I
clears that level. Yeah, for me, it clears that level. It's not stopping at 165. It's going to test 166
have
or higher.
169.19.
I'm
Yeah.
about to say or higher.
Yeah. Yep.
I got 168.97, so that's close enough.
Yeah. Uh,
About 20 cents.
if Nvidia gets to even remotely close to 200, I must start exercising these these calls. Damn, Spy is just this thing is just not stopping. It's like
What the hell was that? Sounded like a sinister gnome.
somebody had a hot mic.
He's giggling hard, too. I mean, giggling. METC met Cole. Met Cole. Let's go, boy. Let's get back over 17. Up over 31% on the day.
Let's go. McDonald's moving. Let's go, baby. If McDonald's close over 300, it's definitely pushing to 305. Uh, nice cup on the 30 minute on McDonald's MCD. Getting a buy signal on the daily chart as well for McDonald's. So that's why I grabbed those 305s for August 15th.
So I kept two of those SN or SQNS $3 calls. Those two contracts up. Motherfuckers at 450%.
Yo, who is that? Who's
I think that's V. I think that's V left hand.
all right? I muted her mic. Never mind. Home Depot new high of the day 377.70. Go, bro. These Home Depot 380 calls from for August 15th that we got into yesterday are up 106% from 450 to 930. Good job if you grab those. Congrats.
You know what's crazy about this like open
Spot
AI
or
making a new
IWM has
browser?
achieved that
It's
upside
going to be
target.
based on
If you're
Google's
looking for
browser.
an aggressive
It's
short
like
zone, this is
it's
it.
just funny to me.
This is the aggressive short
Fine, you
on
at
the
it higher day
IWM. I'm going to take some
626.77 on spot.
226 put options, going to risk about 25%. So I'm in the IWM 226 puts, 0 DTE.
Bitcoin can't stop, won't stop.
Who said that?
So I'm short the Russell here. So I'm short IWM 226 puts. We gave you that level in advance. Identifying this opening range high. Let's see where I'd get a pullback to. Still rejection here. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Come on. You're going to have a lot of strength in this market, but we are seeing the IWM come in here a little bit. Tesla's trying to make a nice push here as well. So you have Tessie trying to firm up. IWM is melting lower here, guys. We're up already 10 cents. A contract. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Break it down. Chop it down. Chop it down. Here we go. We're in the driver's seat. 226 puts are working out. Here we go. We are dumping. This level was telegraphed hours ago. Boom. All right, don't let this trade go against you. If you're wanting to trim and take profits a little earlier here, I'm going to adjust my TP1 here. Beautiful little move there. Stunning rejection on IWM. We're up over 50%. Here we go. I'm looking for a trim very close. Come on. Taking first trim here. Taking first trim. Come on. Look at this. Look at this. 75%. Come on. Printing, printing, printing. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. Come on, IWM. A little bit more. Come on. Dip. We're close. We're close. We're close, guys. Ah, don't let this trade go against you, though. We're in profits. We're deep profits over 50%. Come on. A little bit more. Come on, IWM. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. These puts are printing, guys. Everyone should have been on top of this. If you missed it, that's your fault. 226, we were watching for hours. What an easy trade. Oh my goodness. I wish they all worked out that way. That is crazy. We're up 20 cents a con here. Picking the high of IWN, and it is knifing down. Come on, I want 50 cents on these cons. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Come on, IWM. We're still up over 55%. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. TP1, come on. Don't bounce it here. Market's still in very bullish sentiment and bias. One more little dip, IWM. We're getting some lower prints here. Come on, Russell. Break it. Trying to hold it steady here. SPY's still strong. Little bit more, a little bit more. They're trying to bounce it. All right, if you want to trim here up 50%, it's not a bad level. Give us a little bit more. I want 50 cents, from 30 cents to 50, a little bit more. Come on, IWM, you're almost there. All right, we're starting to stabilize here. I'm going to take my first trim here at 49 cents, guys. I just trimmed IWM there. Beautiful little gain. Just under 65%. Still have half the contracts running. Beautiful. That was a 7-minute trade. 7-minute trade. Look at these contracts. They are still printing. Let's go. We're pushing 75%, guys. Contracts are absolutely ripping here. IWM puts are flying. Let's go. Here we go. Stunning price act. Let's go. Printing. Oh my. 57 cents. Come on. Get to 60 cents. That'll be a 100% trade. A little bit more. Let's just tighten up this target to 2. Just a little bit more. Sweep that low. Come on, IWM. Knife it. Knife it a little bit more. We could have a 3-bar surge on the 5-minute chart here of IWM. 3-bar surge. Give us a 3-bar surge. We're printing 60 cents here. Come on. A little bit more. Guys, that IWM was telegraphed. Boom. Come on. A little bit lower here. A little bit lower. 226s. Give us that 3-bar surge down. Come on. Still think we can get a 3-bar surge. You have natural gas absolutely rocket ship price action. Look at UNG, high side breakout. Natural gas is absolutely moonshotting here. EQT is about to take a rip. AR is ripping. My oh my. Good day to be a trader today. Everyone should have printed on those IWMs, guys. Everyone. That was at 30 cents. 30 cents on the 226s. Like, come on. That was filthy. That was the easiest $1,000 I ever made on the IWM. 7 minutes, $1,000. We waited all day for that level. Literally all day for that level. That was telegraphed in advance. Please hit that like button, guys. We still have runners left on the IWM 226 puts. First trim was 65%, netting me about 975 bucks. Final profits are coming in here, guys. I'm looking for 100% on the remaining half. Let's see if we can get this price action. Come on, IWM. Big rejection there. I want 60 cents on these contracts. Come on. Here we go. We're printing on IWM puts. There's a 100%. The ask is at 100% here. Come on, IWM. They're still trying to buy it and bounce it. SPY's still holding steady. No pullback yet in SPY. But that was the easiest short I think we've really ever entered in the IWM. 65% in 7 minutes. We almost tapped 100% there. 975 bucks on first trim for me. And I still have contracts running. That was amazing. Amazing trade. Amazing trade. How sweet they sometimes are. Come on, give us 100%. Give us 100% on this next trim. We're close to TP2. And again, I had that 226 target. I even said it before I left. That's your short zone. I said I'd come back on once we hit that level. I was having my lunch outside in the sun. Saw my phone, we hit 226. I better jump back on. Boom. What do you know? 226 rejection, 226 puts, absolutely print. Making $1,000 minimum here with runners in place to potentially make a whole lot more. And that was given out hours and hours and hours ago. We've fulfilled the upside target for the IWM. So don't be surprised if we now go through a bit of chop throughout the rest of the day. The S&P 500 is the next short setup. It's going to play out very similar to what IWM just did here, but the S&P is not ready yet in my opinion. I think the S&P still needs to go a little bit higher, and then we can maybe get another trade just like the Russell. But everyone should have caught that. No excuses there. That was telegraphed. Come on, give us 60 cents on these contracts. TP2, just flush it into target price 2 here on the Russell. Nice hourly topping tail. Maybe even backtest this previous parallel channel that we were trading into. I know a lot of people were shorting here. It was a very micro pullback and then a blast off through space. But natural gas up 4.47% and ripping and ripping. Guys, look at these EQT calls absolutely picking the bottom. This is trying to firm up here. AR trying to firm up. Come on. Come on. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Apple still up 0.7, Tesla up about 3, Netflix still down sharply on the session. Viking Therapeutics up 2.75%. Also looks like it's going to potentially make a high of day. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, Russell. I want another trim here. Give me another trim. I want to make 100%. Let's go, Russell. Knife it into target price 2. Knife it. Here we go. We're going to look like we're going to make 100% on this trade. Come on. Come on, IWM. Dump it down. Take these 226. Natural gas continuing to soar and roar here, ripping to the upside. Very strong price action off of the lows. There it is, guys. Look at these target price 2 hit. I'm all out of my IWM at 65 cents. All out. Boom. Huge trade there, guys. Huge trade. All out of IWM puts. Epic. Epic, epic, epic. Monster gains there, guys. We telegraphed that level from time, taking contracts from 30 cents to 65 cents. A little over 115% on that trade, guys. Huge win. Wow. I love it when that was an absolutely clinical level, guys. It doesn't even get any better than that. I mean, if you held runners and it dumps even more, sure it can get better. But I mean, in terms of being in and out, 110%, come on. That's crazy. 115%, sorry. That's insane. So literally just on that trade, guys, 2,700 profit. In 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. Stunning. And guess what? We may have another setup like that in the S&P. We may have another setup. Not yet. I'm not seeing the short just yet. It's getting close. It's getting close. But we may have pretty much an identical setup in the S&P 500. This is crazy. Crazy. Man, Ryan, that was if anyone follows me on YouTube, I identified that 226. It's been sitting on my chart on YouTube for time. So SPY is also going to set up for a pullback just like the IWM just did. I'm just isolating the exact level here, guys, but give me a second with SPY. We have the very same exact setup that just occurred in the IWM. We can get in the S&P 500 here. And again, I'm looking at buying probably 627s. 627 put options on SPY. So we'll see. Let me just get this level. But a monster gain there, monster gain. The next major swing short level on the Russell is basically up here, 227. And the Russell's probably going to get a bounce very shortly. Maybe it's off of this 225.20 zone. I'm just doing some work here on SPY. We are going to get another short trade, guys. We will get another short trade. Just bear with me. SPY's a little bit tougher, though. SPY's a little bit of a tougher one because you have such strength in the session and there's still some names that are very weak. You know, names like Meta going through distribution. So SPY, I wouldn't go in as heavy, but there's still an opportunity approaching here. Chance here, SPY guys. It needs to get above 627 at the minimum. Needs to get above 627 at the minimum. Okay. Come on, give us a high spike. IWM still melting away. Come on, give us that volume spike. I might let it pierce this zone. I might let it pierce that zone, guys. And again, the only concerning thing about shorting SPY at this area here, 627 pierce, is the calculated move that I do have takes us today potentially all the way up to 627.95. All right, so I really want to see how it reacts here. Tesla's making a bullish breakout here, at least trying to. Apple curling to the upside. Microsoft's looking fairly decent. Let's keep that so we have another short setting up here on SPY, just like we nailed 115% on IWM here. That was telegraphed today. SPY is setting up, and I'm just keeping two S&P charts open just to give us that higher probability of positive outcome. I like to see. Actually, let's look at the Qs now, because the Qs are what's obviously going to hinder the S&P at this point. That's where the material weakness is going to creep in. So QQQ, maybe the Qs want to push all the way up to this 556 before SPY is ready. SPY is not as clean as a setup as the IWM is, because we still have potentially a much higher max move calculation. IWM hit my max move today. That was my max move target. That was the cleanest setup of the day. We waited for like 4 hours for that. But the S&P is getting close here. It's getting very close to a potential pullback here. It is getting close. Come on, give us a little bit more. I want to see it hit that area. Qs are trying to firm up here and spike to the upside. Interesting. Seeing semis are weakening a touch here, guys. You see the Qs are hitting its little range here. See the pre-market action. SPY's almost into that area. I want to see the Qs go a little bit higher here. Come on, hold it up. Hold it steady. Again, I'm looking at getting into 627 SPY puts, but never officially tagged my level. We are seeing a little bit of that dip on SPY. A little bit. But I want to see it at least pierce 627. Even then, it's still a tough short. Not like the IWM. Let's take a quick peek at what that Russell's doing. Yeah, still backing and filling. Still backing and filling for sure. Come on, give us a little bit more. Tesla again, trying to make a push here on Tessie. Tessie is. We are seeing some distribution in the Qs. So that's where the weakness likely will come in and hurt the S&P. QQQ still holding steady here. Still holding steady. SPY still holding steady. All right, I believe I have the level. I believe I have the level. It's going to correlate with a NASDAQ resistance. Okay. But we need to see it move through this zone on SPY. And I'll look for a 627 0 DTE put option. Come on. We should go a little bit higher. Don't give it up yet. Don't give it up yet. Hold steady, NASDAQ. Hold steady. I want you, but I want you a little bit higher. All right, so this is now the first little time where on the Qs you're trying to dip below some of the shorter term 5-minute moving averages. This is where traders will start to likely pile in. This is where market makers often will spike it back up, try to do a liquidity sweep of this high, and then we should get the real down move. So let's see if that plays out. Let's see if they rope in the liquidity here, but spike it higher. We should get another move higher here. Come on. Go a little bit higher. It's slow right now. Power hour hasn't officially commenced. IWM is bouncing. That's good. Good to see. That means we should see the Qs also try to at least. Very, very narrow wedge there. Come on. Spike it higher. Sweep that liquidity. Let's get her. Come on. Don't dump it yet. Push it a little bit more. A nice 15-minute topping tail on SPY. Let's retrace that. Sweep all of those shorts that are inside of that tail. But we're getting close. We are getting close to a short. Come on, a little bit higher, markets. A little bit higher. I'll be very happy. Come on. Tape. Let's push it up. Come on, NASDAQ, push it up. Again, this is where you have to take into account everything that's moved. SPY is falling here, though. They're gonna dump it here ahead of the level. It's early too. It's really early. That means they could still push this market higher. It's very early still. They could still push this market higher. But a pretty decent pullback hitting the tape. Well, that's a nice little dump. That's working out very similar to what the IWM did. Still inside of this green bar candle. Let's see if they try to bounce it. Never officially hit my zone. Wick it back up. Come on, wick it back up. If that's the pullback, if it bounces here, there's going to be a bigger pullback than that. If we bottom here, there should be a bigger pullback than that. But we could potentially miss it on SPY. It's a nice little 3-bar surge down. Bitcoin also selling off. Tesla still trying to firm up. NDX is still trying to push here. Nope. Nope. I'm not chasing this. They could easily rip it back up. It never officially, this is where you have to be disciplined, right? It never officially hit my level. I just made 2,700 bucks, so I'm not really wanting to chase anything unless it hits my exact level that I want. So it's your call if you want to chase, but I don't chase this down move. And again, we could have a big dump down, but I think it's a little bit early in the day still. We still have, this actually sets up for, if we pull back deep enough here, this sets up for a potential long in my mind. I'm now more inclined to look for some long trades on the S&P 500. We still have a magnet of a 628 level that should pull us higher. But as long as you hold this green bar candle, this is still a very strong uptrend. And let me see if we have a long trade set up on SPY that I would consider. Yeah, right here's your massive long level, literally right here. All right, we'll take a 627 call. Stop loss will be about 16 cents. I just got filled at 21 cents. 627 call, guys. 0 DTE. So I'm going to 627 call option 0 DTE on SPY. Stop loss is 16 cents. Hard stop, hard stop. Here we go. Back to our previous. And then if this trade works out, we take profits basically as we approach into this previous little resistance. And we can still look for another short down, guys. We can still look for another short down. The markets can still grind higher here. Come on, give us a nice bounce back to the highs. Market's still bulled up. SPY never officially hit my level. which is why we're being a bit aggressive on the call side here. Again, tight stop in place, just in case. Tesla seeing a little bit of selling here. Nvidia curling slightly to the downside. SPY trying to go a little bit lower here. The big level there on SPY is this green bar. Green bar candle. Done a full-on retest. Qs are softening up a little bit. Qs are still actually negative on the session. Again, keeping a hard stop on these 627 calls, minimal downside risk. But we could definitely see another high of day on SPY here. We still got an hour and 20 minutes left, power hour session. So a nice little pullback on SPY. Uh-oh. We're still seeing some sell side pressure. This is your 5-minute chart level that you want to see SPY hold. You don't want to lose this. Come on, SPY. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. Keep trending. Let's go for another new high of day. And again, if we get that new high of day, we can then flip short. Let's go. A nice bounce so far. Come on. Hold it steady. Hold it steady, SPY. SPY. Let's push it back up. We're still holding that 5-minute little demand zone. It's a 5-minute chart impulse green candle. It's your first little back test of this breakaway zone. So we'll see if they want to ramp this market up. Back into power hour. That's a nice little bullish 1-minute engulfing candle on SPY. Really strong. We're in a position for this market to pop as long as it holds here. As long as it holds this key zone. Keep that tight stop loss in case they fail this level here. You can see you're also back testing on the 15-minute chart. Your 7-day moving average on the 15-minute chart of SPY. Sandwich between the 7 and 20 on the 5-minute chart. So it's a decent little intraday level considering we're still in a higher high uptrend. But we're going to need the Qs to really start to firm up here. The Qs are the problem. The NASDAQ is still the major market problem. SPY still trying to trickle, shake people out off this level. It's close to tagging my stop. Come on, hold it. There's your retrace. Come on. Hold this area. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Hold this area. Let's get these calls in the money. Come on. Give us another high of day. Qs are a little weak, so that's still the issue for the market right now. The Qs are weak. Tesla trying to push up here. Nvidia is curling to the downside, which is why this is troublesome here. Apple trying to curl to the upside. Google right now is actually knifing pretty hard on Google. So that's a bit of a problem here. Google really falling sharply here. Amazon also curling down. So again, mega cap tech is now starting to impact the S&P here. Still holding that 5-minute support. Come on, hold this level. But Qs are really selling off here. It's the NASDAQ and tech sector that's starting to see some manipulation to the downside. QQQ trying to bounce slightly here. Come on, nvidia. Nvidia is trying to push here. Let's see, Microsoft. Wow, crazy spikes up and down. Crazy price action. All right, guys, unfortunately, I got stopped out there. Stopped out for a small loss. 16-cent stop was hit. So 5-cent loss there per contract. That's just the way she goes. We tried. We had a little bit of an area of an attempt here. Look, they're probably going to try to rip it back up now that they wicked us out. But it is what it is. We'll abide by the stop. That was a little attempt at a long. It was aggressive. But nevertheless, we got stopped out. 5-cent loss on those 627 calls. Probably shouldn't have bought too aggressive. I was buying deep out of the money. Probably should have just took the 626s. Let's see the IWM. That's still trickling lower. So I still haven't. I still think SPY could potentially make it higher, but I gotta abide by my stop. I don't want to let these contracts go against me. There's always another trade. We're super profitable in the session today, but apologies about that one. Big bounce in the Qs though. So here you have the Qs bouncing sharply. So SPY's still actually holding this 5-minute demand zone, guys. SPY's still holding that. It's right on that impulse green candle. So technically it's still okay. It's technically still okay. It's just wicking me out. Look at the Qs. Big bounce on the Qs. So SPY's still technically okay. It could push up here. We can always re-enter. Qs are still bouncing. So you can see that level still technically holding on the 5-minute chart. So there's rejection on SPY, back down. If you want to take an aggressive entry here, you could at 16 cents. That's more like revenge trading. But again, keep that tight stop loss off this area. 248 time frame. Power hour session. Nice little sell off before power hour. I still think we can get a push here. What are the 626 calls? All right, so we're looking a little bit vulnerable here. Really, the S&P is still holding this 5-minute chart level. But if you get a close below this key white trend line, then you're looking very troublesome. But you're still technically holding, and you're retesting that previous all-time high pivot. That's also the second factor that we were buying into there. So it's your previous all-time high pivot, backtest on SPY. Should be some support here. Qs are holding steady. Tesla's actually trying to make a high breakout here, guys. TSLA going for another breakout here. Our Tesla call options are still in profit. We're riding those Lotto 315s, and it looks like Tesla's could be squeezing here into the end of the session. Interestingly, seeing the SPY dumping, but Tesla pumping here. A little bit of that negative divergence again. Look at this AR trade, guys. Daily bottoming tail. It actually went positive, just like we called. Just like we called on AR, going positive. That's that natural gas play. Beautiful move there. Slip back to SPY. SPY is seeing more selling. So that's a pretty bearish close there. It's a pretty bearish close there on SPY. Let's see if it's a liquidity sweep, but you got a 5-minute candle close. Actually, no, you didn't. You didn't close on the 5-minute chart, but now you're trying to break it. Let's look at the 3-minute. Yeah, 3-minute you're also. But Tesla's still printing to the high side here. And SPY just missed my short zone. You can see that was a nice little decline right ahead of that 627 zone. Come on, Tesla. Maybe Tesla wants to squeeze into that gap into the end of the day. We've seen Tesla make some pretty crazy moves. But that gap is only about 2% away. Market's coming in a little bit more now. All right, we're going through a bit of distribution here. The IWM is actually backtesting a key support zone here. IWM is hitting a level of support here. Could bounce here. Looking at IWM calls, guys. IWM calls. 0DT 225s. That's what I'm looking at trading here. All right, high risk, guys. I'm in IWM 225 0DT calls. High risk. Size it for loss. I'm at 35 cents. All right, IWM. Let's play ball. Tight stop loss. My stop loss on IWM is going to be 28 cents. Taking another stab here. Oh, big knife down there. Big knife down there. IWM is melting here. You're taking a stab at the top of this channel. Looks like they're trying to sweep this liquidity low. Pretty big sell side pressure hitting the tape here. Let's see if they want to defend this zone. Potential falling wedge pattern on IWM. Very micro trading, very small short time frame pattern. Wow, look at Tesla go, guys. Tesla's absolutely ripping. New high of day. Come on, break through this area. This is your previous gap going all the way back to your June, early June session. IWM coming down. Lots of wicks here. Pretty crazy volatility here on IWM. They're still trying to take it a little bit lower. This is impressive shakeouts here before power hour. Are they going to rip us into the 3 o'clock time frame? Maybe. Tesla's still pushing here. The S&P 500 has had a nice 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 45 minute sell-off. 7 consecutive red 5-minute candles in a row. They might want to sweep this low here on IWM. I'm going to give this IWM a little bit more room to run. I won't exactly exit at 28 cents if we wick down. It's hitting that level now, but I want to see how it reacts here. If this is just a liquidity sweep. I'm still holding. I'm still holding. Come on, IWM. Nice bounce there. Nice bounce there. Let's break out of this falling wedge pattern. Power hour is set here in 2 minutes. Nice little bullish engulfing candle. trying to form at least. Let's look at the S&P here. SPY also trying to bounce off of your previous high pivot. Tesla going for another new high of day. Tesla's trying to surge here. Good old Tessie, IWM. Come on. Nice pump there on IWM, guys. All right, we're back. Come on. Keep going. Let's see what type of targets we can get. If we get above 225 here on the Russell, we could easily have a move back up to 225.54. But 225.24, we need to get back above that zone for a nice push out of this wedge pattern. All right. Oops. Come on, IWM. Keep pushing. We've been strong all day. Let's give us a nice little healthy power hour rally into the end of the day. Tesla's still trying to tap that 310 level. Come on. Oh. Big push. Let's see if we can break out of this wedge, guys. Big rejection. Come on. Tesla's still trying to push. SPY's still struggling here. Let's look at those Qs. Qs are looking a little bit firmer here. But heavy selling still. A little bit of this downtrend. Come on, break out of this falling wedge pattern. Falling wedge patterns are statistically very bullish. We're buying a falling wedge pattern back into a previous little demand zone. Back testing this beautiful parallel channel. Come on. Give it to us. There it is. Come on. Push it up a little bit more. We're now printing on these contracts. Come on, IWM. Let's take it. Let's take it. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Big push. Big push. Come on. Break it. Break it. You got more. We're getting above this little value area low on IWM. Breaking out of the value area low. Simultaneously, we have a falling wedge pattern breakout. 5-minute chart support. You're getting a nice move. This yellow 225.54 volume shelf should be a magnet for price. Along with that area, let's see, that would roughly set the markets for a 50% retrace of this recent little down move. Here we go. Stuff is starting to print. Come on, give us more. Give us more. Come on, pull us up. Pull us up, SPY. Tesla is still trying to push here. 1 minute falling wedge pattern breakout has triggered on the IWM. Give us more. Power Hour has officially started. We are here live. Tesla's still looking strong. Come on, IWM, keep pushing. A little bit of a back test of this falling wedge pattern, value area low, potential inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart of the IWM. Come on, hold this area, Russell. Do not fail us now. Do not fail us now. 3 minute chart, you're still looking okay. 5 minute chart, you had a 5 minute chart breakout out of that falling wedge, so the larger time frames are trying to confirm a little bit of this breakout. Come on, give us the next spike higher. Give us the next spike higher. Still struggling a little bit here. Trying to knife it down a little bit. That's your back test. You need a hold here. Come on, hold it. Hold the line. Hold the line. If we were to break out of this 1 minute inverse head and shoulders, let's roughly see what target we get. Right into that target price. So notice how that's where this little inverse head and shoulders, if we break out, takes us right to our TP zone. Come on. Come on. Ah, still a little bit of weakness. A little bit of weakness. What's the Qs doing? Qs are coming in, backing and filling a little bit. You can see you're sitting right on a 15-minute chart, 20 moving average here on the Russell. But it is still trying to sell off here. Poor Russell. Come on, IWM, hold the line here. Hold it. Getting some pretty big wicks starting to form here. Power hour volume and liquidity starting to step in. Closes back above that 225.20. Sit back. Come on. Spike us here. And be ready to sell quickly, because this could be some sharp moves. Like, have those orders ready to take profits, because this could be a quick and sharp and sudden move. People tend to froth at the mouth when power hour starts, and they see a rally and they just want to chase. So if they see this bottom starting to form here, which it likely is, we could see a very big impulsive candle. Come on, Russell. Come on. Break it, break it, break it, break it. Inverse head and shoulders, right shoulder testing the neckline. Come on. Keep pressing it. We're about 5 cents, up 5 cents a contract, basically making back what we lost on SPY. But I want more. Come on. I want to get these contracts to that target within. Notice how the POC just changed there. Interesting. Alright, we're still trying to move here. Nice, we're up 10 cents a con, guys. These are starting to print. Here we go, come on. We're just adjusting some targets based off of the volume trends changing here. Beautiful move. Beautiful move, guys. Beautiful. Come on, a little bit more. This is a volume shelf here. 225.38. You see that epic rejection there? It's moving very quickly, these volume trends. Wow. Come on, hold steady. Guys, look at this VKTX. I haven't even trimmed yet. I'm still waiting for this target here. Look at that stunning move. Look at Viking Therapeutics, new high of day. Look at that volume coming into VKTX. Our $29 calls are deep in the money. We got nothing but time. Come on, here we go. We're up 11 cents a con here. Come on. Almost 50% positive on this position. Get ready for a profit-taking zone coming into play very shortly. We just need a little bit more. I want to see a little bit more. Come on. Hold steady. Get ready to trim these IWMs. A little bit more, Russell, a little bit more, working itself through that zone. Some sellers are stepping in here. Come on. Come on, IWM, keep pumping, keep pushing. Looking for first trim at that 50 cent. There it is, guys. First trim. First trim on IWM. Beautiful. Move stops to break even. For me, it's 35 cents. Beautiful. Look at, we're ripping here, guys. We are ripping. Boom. Amazing. Amazing. We're We're still got more room to run, guys. We still got more room to run. So just under 45% on that first trim there, guys, on IWM. TP1 was hit. I adjusted TP2 to around 225.56 area. Look at the IWM go, guys. Let's go. Beautiful. Stunning move, man. Tesla seeing a little bit of distribution. Come on, one more little spike higher here on the Russell. Contracts are still trying to move up here, guys. It's curling up. Mega cap tech is starting to firm up here, guys. Mega cap tech starting to firm up. But that was excellent. That was a nice little IWM bounce, guys. That trade is risk-free. My break-even stop loss at 35 cents. Took 44% on those IWM calls, and we still have runners on the table. So IWM has been a nice trade for us. First, we took the short side off of 226. Then we flipped to the long side down in this range. Both trades called out live, but stunning move. That little SPY loss of 5 cents isn't even noticeable with the IWM gains in our account today. So hit that like button, guys. Here comes IWM again. Come on, keep going. Take us to TP2. Take us to TP2. Printing 52 cents. We're up 50% here on these IWM calls. Come on, pumping it. Look at this thing go. Boom. Everyone had the opportunity to get in. Even a better entry. They tried shaking us out here. Look at this move on the Russell, guys. We're going to test the value area high. That is around 225.56. Right now we're trading and establishing price above that POC, point of control, above this little recent downtrend. This is where most people accumulated in. Right at this 225.42 is your heaviest volume accumulation zone. If we hold above that, we should get another pump here, guys. We should. But we will sell into strength. We always want to trim into strength. We don't want to overstay our welcome. Even though we bought in the money calls, we still have only 40 minutes left in the session. But we are in the driver's seat of these IWM calls. Had we still held those SPYs, you see the difference is we bought out of the money. We bought 627. Those probably have stayed to decay on us like a mother. All right, get ready on IWM, guys. Get ready. Be ready to exit. Viking Therapeutics, VKTX, that's still a monster to the high side, guys. That thing is just a beast. An absolute beast. It's kind of the gift that keeps on giving right now. Look at that. Non-stop price action. I wouldn't chase VKTX. I'm in the $29 August 1st calls. I would not chase it. The spread is just too wide. If you can find a point where to get an entry in this name, you got to watch that spread like for the whole day and find that point where it basically narrows. But you're talking about in some contracts and strike periods 100% spread, like mind-blowing. Look at the IWM, keep on printing. Go, go, go. Come on, we're up over 50%, getting some higher side ticks here on the Russell 2000. Look at the move, beautiful. Can we get these contracts to 70% and land 2 100% trades on the Russell 2000? One on the short side, one on the long side. Look at this. We are in to target 2, guys. 60 cents there. All right, guys, I trimmed at 60 cents. I trimmed at target price 2. TP2 was tagged beautiful, all out. Amazing, and it still could go higher. But IWM is looking strong. Qs are still looking fairly strong here. You have nvidia trying to spike higher. It could be a pretty crazy close here with certain Q stocks trying to firm up here, but I'm all out of my IWMs, guys. Took 70% gain. Stunning. That was amazing, guys. I'm exhausted again. I am exhausted. Wow. Exhausted, guys. All right, let's look at Tesla now because I'm considering. I'm in two minds here. We're deep in the money. Well, we're not in the money on our contracts, but we're up in profit on Tesla. So we obviously took those 315 calls for tomorrow's expiry. And I mean, it's looking pretty sharp. Like my entry was at $1.07, so I'm up 50 cents here on these contracts. I'm considering taking them here. Look at that pullback, guys, off of TP2. Tough to chase now, but what do you guys think? Should we hold on to Tesla? I'm asking a poll here. Hold on to Tesla 315 calls for tomorrow, or take profits today? I'm honestly torn. We've been consolidating on the 15-minute chart. I will always sell Tesla. All right, JP. You don't trust it? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell half of them. I have 8 contracts. I'll sell 4 of them in profit. I'll sell 4 of them in profit. But I'm going to not sell them yet. I'll see if we get another little pump in this market. So I'll at least de-risk the position. It was more of a lotto, so I'm okay with parting with that money. Like, even if we gap down tomorrow, I'm okay with that, but... Seem the money, take it. Look at that IWM, guys. Look at you. It's saying currently fighting upper end of the resistance of the bear flag. Not sure if you heard the Tesla China news. They have done some contract with China around 500 million for electricity generation. I'm holding it, JP. I'm holding it. I'm holding it now. YOLO. Although I know the contract structures are going to change quite significantly. Quite significantly tomorrow. Wow, wow. Now I feel like getting back in the IWM here, guys. Look at that sell. Oh my, oh my. Thanks, JP. I'm thinking of getting in the IWM calls again. Guys, we might have another trade here. That's a nice knife down. If we retest this value area low 225.24, I'm going to take a stab, lighten up the shares, because, again, we don't have a lot of time. But 225 calls, guys, again, off of this 225.24 zone, this purple little line, your value area low, I'll enter again. I'll enter again. Excuse me, guys. I'm freaking exhausted. Zero DTs tire you out. You have to have so much focus. Guys, look at AR. Oh my goodness gracious me. What a bottom pick in this natural gas play. That was the free trade of the session. Put it in here in the live in the chat. I mean, oh my goodness. Red to green reversal. We entered right off of this 34.94 area. Holy, our calls are basically printing to the upside, making money. Our $35 calls are deep in the money already. Look at that move. Stunning price action. We're getting a squeezing effect in some of these natural gas stocks. What a monster move. What a monster move. Alright, let's flip back to that Russell because that's coming into our value area low here. We could get an entry here, guys. We could get an entry in the Russell. It's going to be super aggressive. Super aggressive. 225.24. 225.24. I'm going to take 225 calls, guys. Super aggressive here. We're almost there. Alright, that's the level, guys. I'm long 31 cents. I'm long the Russell again. I don't have enough time to type it, but I telegraphed that level ahead of time. Look at the bounce already. Come on. Huge volatility. Look at that 1 minute wick. Beautiful bounce already, guys. Come on. Oh, we're right back down. Crazy volatility. Crazy volatility. Don't go in with what you can't afford to lose. This is wild trading. It's freaking aggressive. We don't have a lot of time. My average is at 30 cents right off of that low. Oh my goodness, what is happening here? Holy. Look at that. Yeah, this is insane. Insane. Come on, keep going. This is wild. This is wild. This is crazy power hour. The market doesn't know what the heck it wants to do. But there's so much liquidity flowing in and out of mega caps so that the Russell has a strong chance of seeing these crazy moves. Crazy moves. My next TP, guys, on this is right at this 225.42. That's where most of your breakout volume is sitting. 225.42 on the Russell. That's where I look to start dumping into. My stop loss is basically going to be a close below this area here. Stop on a 1 minute close. Come on. Keep pumping. Keep pumping. Keep going, Russell. Come on. SPY just chilling. Trying to bounce as well. This is crazy. Is the Russell setting up for another inverse head and shoulders for tomorrow? Perhaps. Come on, IWM. Down, falling even lower here, guys. We are falling even lower. Contracts are just all over the place here, guys. All over the place. The charts can't even print the candlesticks fast enough. This is crazy. Again, sell side target around 225.42. We have a defined stop loss and risk. This is not recommended, this trading. This is wild speculation. It's honestly high probability gambling. That's what it is. Or I shouldn't say high, it's higher probability gambling. It's craziness. SPY catching a bit of a bid. Tesla's still trying to push higher here. Russell's still trying to hold this impulse green candle bar. It's getting some lower prints, guys. Might stop me out here. I'm still in it. I haven't stopped out. I'm still holding. Come on, one more little bounce up, IWM. Nope, looks like they're trying to take us back down. Come on. Hold above 225. Hold above 225. I'm still holding at 30 cents, guys. The only reason I'm holding is because I've made quite a bit on the Russell today. So I'm still holding. I still think we could push back up to this yellow line. 225.42 is my area. SPY getting a really big stick. Come on, give us some higher side prints on the Russell. Again, my average is 30 cents on these 225 calls. Are they going to give us a high side pump? Volume on SPY is coming in heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Volume coming into SPY. Come on, Russell. We're still long. We're still strong. 30-cent average. Come on. Come on. Give us a move. Come on, Russell. Still a lot of sell side pressure trying here. We're back testing this previous little parallel channel again. You roped in a lot of volume around this 225.40 zone. Time is of the essence here. These markets really need a bounce here. Time is slowly ticking. We've backtested the neckline breakout of the Russell. Backtesting the value area low. You've shaken out all of this huge volume here, manipulated it. Give us a higher side spike, guys. Come on. We're basically flat on these contracts. I'm still looking for a move into this 225.42 zone. That's where I'm looking to exit on the Russell. 225.42. Come on. Give us a move. Give us a move. Time is ticking away. Theta's burning. Theta's burning. SPY's trying to curl back up here. Here we go. Here we go. These moves into the end of the day can be extreme on both ends of the spectrum. Just recognize that. It can knife down on you. You could have a 50% knife down on your contracts. You can have a 50% spike on your contracts in the blink of an eye. Here we go. We're up 5 cents a con here. 6. Come on. Give us more. Give us more. Take us to that POC volume shelf. Come on. Almost up 7 cents. We are whipping around like crazy in this vicinity. Come on, give us a higher side spike here, Russell. Give us a higher side spike. Tesla curling down. Bitcoin testing 11.3. Back up 5 cents a con. We're flirting here. We're flirting with some upside price, guys. Back down to flat. Oh my goodness. You just see these gains going woof, 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 woof. But this is why you don't risk anything with material size. That is long gone. No. Sometimes I have my mental stops. I just put the stops on the screen for visual purposes and knowing. But mental stops, auto. Yeah, auto. Russell's trying to break down here. Come on, give us a bounce into that volume area. Here we go. Come on, give us a move. Give us a move. VIX is dumping here. Russell's still seeing some selling. Tesla trying to push higher. Russell, what are you doing? Are you gonna stay in this range? Hold this 225 zone. Alright, down 3 cents, 2 cents. Come on, you've been in a solid uptrend. Don't sell into this. Alright guys, I might have to exit these calls. Getting very close. We're still technically okay. We're trying to breach that stop loss now, which is very negative. We're holding that area. We're holding that stop loss zone. Come on, Russell. Again, this is a trade that you don't want to be in if you can't afford to lose whatever you're risking. And small size, I stress it. This is 20 minutes left in the session. Anyone that enters a trade here is asking to lose, including myself. But we gotta have a little bit of fun. End of the day, we've crushed it on the short side and the long side already. So we can have fun trading 0 DTEs, watching the volatility. But it's these late day trades that I don't recommend. These are the lotto plays that you just want to be mindful of. Final 20 minutes. Can we get a pop? Pop these 0 DTs. We're back to the flat side. Up 1 cent. Come on. Here we go, Russell. Here we go. Push it, push it. Again, I still have a 225.42, guys. Whoa, the volume shelf just changed. You see? That adjusts things drastically. The volume shelf just changed. We're trading right into that area now. So there is a lot of accumulation that just occurred down here. There's a lot of accumulation, guys, that just occurred down here, which is indicative of a pop. So notice how our POC was trading all the way up into this 225.42 zone. Now it dropped down about 20 cents, which shows you that there's a lot of accumulation happening here. Come on, give us a pop into that value area high. TP up here. Yeah, 10 cents game. Come on, 37 cents. We're printing 7 cents profit here. Come on. Shamit's out. Shamit making it in. Shamit's using us as exit liquidity. I'm still holding. YOLO. YOLO. Come on, give us a pop. SPY's trying to push here. Tesla going for another new high today. Give us a pop. Here we go. Up 7 cents here. Come on, come on. Almost up 50% on these cons. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Give it to me. TP1. Big spike into TP1. 225.44 is my area to exit. I'm giving you guys that ahead of time. We're almost up 50%, guys. Contracts are pushing up 50% here, guys. We're up 50%. Oh, no, I'm not. My P&L's there. Sorry, I was looking at it. Ah, that's why I was screwed up. Not 50%. Sorry, guys. Almost up 50%. Almost up 50%. Now we're back down. Huge volatility. Give us a nice grind. Come on. Still up 7 cents a con. The prudent thing to do now is if you're around that 30 cents entry with me, really don't let it go against you. Not a lot of time, so I still think we can get a push here into the end of the session. I still think we can. You can see your POC just adjusted. Your value area highs around 225.52. Still up 9 cents a con here. We're still up 9 cents. Come on. We're getting some higher prints, 11 cents. $0.12 a con here. We're getting some higher prints, guys. Higher prints are coming in. Boom, look at that. I'm still holding. I'm still holding. No trim yet. I am still holding. Here we go. We're getting close to TP. Now we're up 50%. There we go. I'm still holding, guys. I'm still holding. Alright guys, I just took my first trim there at 47 cents. Beautiful. Look at that. TP1, we're blasting through that. We're even blasting through that. Higher prints coming in. Look at the move. TP1 was hit. Beautiful. Beautiful. That was crazy volatility. I'm just going to maintain a break even on the rest of my half. And that's going to be a hard stop at 30 cents. And we'll just see if we can get a nice little pump here into the final 16 minutes. But great job there. Great job. Beautiful little trade there. So just over 55% there, guys. And it's coming in right off of that target zone. Coming in. Alright, I think I am going to trim some of my Teslas. Half of them. Boy, JP. Beautiful. Look at that wick down. Oh my goodness. Look at that wick down. Guys, I did trim half of my Tesla 315s. Look at that knife down, guys. Oh my god. And that's why you take profits at certain areas. Wow. Wow. Anyone want to take an entry down here again? IWM round, what is that? It's the short, the long, IWM round 4? For me? Should we do IWM round 4? Nah, that's crazy. Maybe. Maybe. What are we at? 225 again? Holy, maybe I will. 22 cents here? Should we do it? Should we do it? No, we shouldn't. Have some composure. This is crazy. This is crazy. So that's why we take profits, guys. Look at that reversal. Did we not telegraph? Look at that TP target. We hit it to a T. Couldn't get any cleaner than that. I mean, if you want to take a stab down here, you could, sweeping these lows right into this liquidity. If you want to take a stab, 17 cents on the 225s. I'm gonna stay out. I'm too tired. But this would be the area right here to take a stab at it again, and don't go in with anything you can't lose on the IWM, but I'm staying out. Just an FYI, I am staying out. I'm over traded. That was just too hectic. That was too hectic. We made our money, guys. JP, nice job. Sarfraz, nice job. Shumit, beautiful. You all made money on that IWM. That was wild. Look at that full round trip. That's insane. That's crazy. All right, what do we got? 12 minutes left in the session. Whoops, sorry. 10 minutes left in the session here. Ah, excuse me. Wow. I'm exhausted, guys. Exhausted. Need to have a power nap after this. Friggin' sleep. What a crazy, crazy trade. So we, just to cap thing, we took a beautiful short on the Russell. Then we took a long. Then we took another long. So 3 times there. Epic trades there. Epic trades. Bitcoin that's the star of the show today, setting new all-time highs. I guess what you call it, the S&P also is a pretty important star of the show. It also set new all-time highs. So across the board, you had positive price action in the tape today. And again, we did take a beautiful trim on our IBIT calls, guys. IBIT. I think on watch for tomorrow, guys, is this blow-off move in VKTX. I'm suspecting VKTX is probably going to get a pump. I could even see this testing 34 tomorrow. If we get a pump into $34 tomorrow, VKTX has had a nice close to the end of the session, right near the highs. I'm looking for a serious reduction in those VKTX calls. I think we can take some more profits off of that name. But really, 34 bucks and then $42 are your two upside targets on VKTX. Let's look at Google. Google actually still holding quite well, firm on the session. Meta's a little bit disappointing. Still backtesting the 7-day. That one's still shaking out and going through a bit of distribution. Nvidia's obviously been strong on the session. Apple's been pretty strong on the session. Microsoft's doing really, really well on the session. Nice little move on Alibaba today. Alibaba gapping up and closing near the highs of its session. Baidu has been lagging slightly, backtesting its little breakout candle here, so that's actually somewhat positive. Billy saying Hood looks like another short. Yeah, Hood's getting there. I still have it priced in to sweep this liquidity. I want to see it pierce this high, and then I would short it. So Billy, if you see Hood sweep this high, let me know. Let me know. Look at that downside move. Wow. Good thing we stayed out. Good thing we stayed out. That's crazy. But a really healthy move on natural gas today. Obviously, that was another excellent Boyle trade. Sat through a little bit of pain. Look at the dump in the Russell, guys. My, oh my. Wow. Look at us fall, guys. We are falling. Free falling. Head and shoulders pattern has triggered. Look at that move down. My, oh my. They absolutely knifed it on us here, guys. Late in the session. You have monster sell side liquidity taking the NASDAQ back to the negative side. Should we take a 0DT play now? What the heck is that? 225 call on the Russells at 5 cents. 225 0DTE. Alright, I will throw in some contracts here at 5 cents, guys. High risk. 225 calls on the Russell at 5 cents. I just picked up a small amount here. 225 calls on the Russell at 5 cents. This is crazy. I don't recommend it. This is bad. This isn't setting good habits, guys. But you know what? It's Thursday, nearing the end of the trading week. We've had a successful. We're already up almost 50% on those. Come on. And again, it's nothing crazy of size. I mean, look at these. Can't we get 225s back in the money? Go for SPY 625 calls long. No, I'm in the Russell. I want to trade the Russell. You do SPY, GP. I can't do so many of these 0DTs. I can't do too many 0DT trades at once. That's just not it's too consuming. I can't manage it accordingly. You got to be like ready at all turns here. Come on, get these 225s to go back in the money. Alright, we're up 2 cents a con here. And again, they're so cheap that I'm not expecting anything crazy. I mean, if they go to zero, they go to zero. If we get a 100% trade, flat. Hughes are getting a big bounce. Tesla getting another big bounce. Russell not really participating just yet. So, can we get them back in the money? Russell 225s are perking back up. We're up 100%, guys. Here we go. Here we go. 100%. Come on. Give us 225s in the money. If you want to take profits, we were up 100% there. Again, nothing of really crazy size. I'll only have $100 in the trade. So I don't even care. I'm looking for a big move up if I'm even considering selling these. So. But we're still up on the trade here. You know, I remember when they released 0 DTEs. Insane. Alright, we're still up 3 cents a con here. If they push it to 225, I'll exit, guys. I'll exit. Let's see if they want to keep pushing a SPY, still creeping a little bit higher here. Whoops. Getting my message typed out in advance, in case. Three minutes left in the session. Here comes the last couple minutes spikes. You know, it's crazy the amount of open interest you see across certain contracts late in the session here. It just shows you how speculative we are, how compulsive our markets are. A bit of a gambling environment. But it's crazy to see still so many people trading these contracts here. But a pretty nasty close into the tape here for the overall markets. A nice hard sell-off on SPY, Russell. Definitely kind of negating some of those gains that were pursued today. Other than that, you saw natural gas bounce pretty sharply. Clear capital rotation trends are forming again. Final minute and 25 seconds. They're dropping the Russell here. Our final minute of trading here, guys. We're trying to push it a little bit higher, but selling into these top wicks here. All right. Anyways, we are done for the trading session today. That wraps up another successful day here. XOM didn't start off too well. Maybe it has a dip tomorrow. Tesla absolutely flew to the upside. FedEx calls printed to the upside. We banked on this Russell trade. We gave everyone the setup on the Russell, and that absolutely printed nicely. But nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in, and tomorrow will be yet again another session for us to trade. But this level that was given out in advance, today's target of 226, the Russell absolutely hit that to a T and rejected. There's still an upward buying pressure that I think we could see on the Russell, takes us to about 228, but obviously we could be going through a bit of distribution in the next day or two. Overall, very solid day for small caps and risk assets. Bitcoin making new highs on the session. The S&P 500 making new highs on the session. Clear capital rotation trends. Anonymous described it best. XLG, RSP. The huge divergence in some of these ETFs. You look at XLG, only up about 0.19. You look at RSP, that was up 0.61%. So definitely some strength across the board. Capital is rotating into other sectors of the market. That's kind of the clear trend that we've been discussing for a couple weeks now. Great job on our IBIT calls. We took more profits at the highs of those charts. We gave you those levels in advance on Bitcoin. We said our TP zone is going to be 130. I think I have it on this chart actually. Where was it? TP zone, yep, there you go. TP1 was tagged today, was just above 113. And we're actually consolidating above that area, but beautiful price action in Bitcoin. We still have some BITO exposure, just with some common shares, and we have a small position of contracts running on IBIT. But nevertheless, crypto has made a stunning move to the high side. We are getting into a bit of resistance on some of these daily charts, but I do think that once we get to 115, then some serious position management needs to come into play, because that's some bigger areas of resistance that we could start to see some sell side pressure. But for the time being, we're still looking like we could push higher in the near term for crypto. Let's look at that NDX chart again. NDX is trading at the top of this crazy long time resistance. So that's one of the reasons that if you look on the weekly chart, you can see this epic parallel channel going all the way back to 2020 lows, 2022, 2023. This is a serious area of resistance for tech stocks. But on the bright side, you are starting to get some participation from Apple. Google's looking like it's pretty much ready to take the next leg higher. Meta's going through some backing and filling. Nvidia's just been a monster, printing a potential daily hanging man candle today. If I actually erase all of these trend lines, you can see there's a bit of a daily hanging man candle on Nvidia. That is somewhat of a concern. You just need to be mindful. Typically that candle formation on the daily chart has a higher probability of going lower. So we'll see what the markets want to do on Friday. It's been a good week so far. We've had some inside days, we've had some trending days, so we've had a bit of both mix. But again, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow.